The following program is for adult audiences only.
Leaving all my worries, I prepare for something new. Whatever it was that held me back, I'm sure it wasn't true. Holding on too long and unresolved questions hold you down. What could have been a friendly smile has turned into a frown. I'm moving on and on. On and on. I'm moving on and on. On and on. I'm driving in my...
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. And I hope, for the love of everything holy, that NVIDIA doesn't crash on us today.
Uh-oh. No.
No guarantees. No guarantees, unfortunately. We do have a take two stream scheduled just in case we can't reconnect to this one. So if we disappear, we're coming back, at least on YouTube. The other platforms don't let us keep running, then so be it. But Holy cow. What another...
We have a plan B.
What another disastrous week.
It's been one of those weeks, hasn't it?
More problems with the graphics card. Like DaVinci crashed, error 700, couldn't render frame. I was trying to get, everything done so I can get it uploaded. And then the one I finally did get finished, and I sent them an email and said, okay, man, this is ready to go. But you just sent me an email saying that it's not to be released until June 1st. You sure about that? Make sure we have our wires crossed, because I did a Google search for it, and this product is being sold all over the place. He's like, yeah, those are test runs right now just to see how popular it is to begin with. I'm like, oh, okay, no problem. So I'll get back to editing the other two that I have left and work on that this week. But I mean, that has been a royal pain. I went to do the intro for the bumper for the show this week, and a bunch of the plugins just quit working. Like the sound effect totally disappeared. Then I'm like, what's going on with this? Here they needed logged back in again to verify that I bought it. And Kenny didn't just give it to me. Then Kenny almost died this past week driving the bus, an oversized load coming the other way.
Oh yeah, that was scary.
Here I am spilling my coffee because I made sure I filled it to the brim. Oh, knock on wood, hoping that isn't a sign of the times. But we are having a wonderful show scheduled for you guys today. We do have featured retro vape. I didn't put it in the description, but I just, grabbed whatever I could and threw it on there. And here we got some Geekvape stuff we haven't seen in a long time. And a beautiful dripper to throw on top of that. And a box of drip tips. Everybody needs a box of drip tips, a bunch of spares.
Drip tips? You got drip tips?
Various colors to pick from. You got 510 and 810 all in the same box, and these things are hard to come by nowadays. I don't understand why. It's just a piece of plastic. Doesn't do you any good without a tank to put them on, but whatever. So we're going to take a look at them today and see if any of those actually work better with this dripper than the original one that comes with it. But, that's something to always be aware of, man. You can always go to the vape shop and pick up a spare drip tip, although it's a lot cheaper to buy it like that as a box, because you go to a vape shop and they're like $5 a piece.
Nah, they're not cheap now, are they?
Hey, everybody's happy to be able to spin you and flip you around. They couldn't do that to Buta Squad because I didn't put the filters on his ninja scene.
Oh, well, that's nothing new, is it, for me?
and Kenny got his new computer up and running, so now he's actually working on doing another review, something I'm sure nobody else has done yet.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You let the cat out of the bag?
Very interesting. No.
Give him a little hint.
Not yet.
Not the name of the product or who makes it, but what is this unique feature that you found that you like, I got to do that one?
Smartwatch. One word.
Beautiful. They started to do that kind of stuff here back in the day. It was Vandy Vape. It was the Swell mod. It had a Bluetooth connection on the mod, and you could actually download an app to program it, and what the wattage was, temperature control. You could pre-program all your temperature control curves. You can change the coefficient factor in there for stainless steel and whatever, modify to your desire. There's so many possibilities out there.
This is way more advanced. This is modern technology at its finest. And I can't wait.
We could have so many advanced features in our devices if it wasn't for this bloody tobacco war that is not a metaphor. People's lives are in the balance. Life years lost could be saved if the tobacco control and the public health figures would just get the hell out of the way.
Exactly.
Follow some fundamental science.
Leave us alone.
Leave us alone, for God's sake. Please. For the love of God, please. We got a bunch of interesting facts here that, we're going to talk about today. We've got all kinds of little tidbits of knowledge, and, we're going to talk about how it actually is a tobacco war. This isn't just some metaphor that public health authorities use to combat the cigarette smoking epidemic. That's not an epidemic. Doesn't meet the definition of an epidemic. Never actually did.
That's just a dramatization. It's an epidemic. We all must panic. Ah!
Imminent danger. Danger, Will Robinson.
Hang on.
Missing your lot. You're missing your lot. Yeah, so we're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff today on the news. And a couple weeks ago, I had got this ready 2 weeks ago, but the show crashed. That was the first time we crashed the show. I have a beautiful bunch of pictures that I gathered up from our trip because, Kenny was talking about my truck, didn't know anything about it. And, I said, listen, I drive a Ford Excursion. He's like, what's a Ford Excursion? He's got no mental comparison to it because he's never seen one. Because he could never imagine in the UK somebody driving a vehicle that bloody big that's not a bus or a lorry.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
When you see a picture of what this thing looks like, you'll understand why it needs a V10 to get it up and down and get it moving.
I know. There's me with a bus with a humble 6 cylinders. And he's got 10 in a truck. What? It's not fair.
Yeah, so we got some wonderful pictures, and we're going to take a look at the Dragon's Tail down in the Smoky Mountains, North Carolina and Tennessee. Beautiful trail, 11-mile stretch, has hundreds of turns on that. We'll talk about that and show you some pictures we took on that actual trail. And there's actually a group out there, a motorcycle group, that has somebody that sits there and takes pictures of the vehicles that drive this Dragon's Tail. And I'll show you the pictures that were captured when we drove it ourselves.
Well,
and,
by the sound of
bad
it,
jokes.
By the sound of it, you need a wide-angle lens to get that bloody truck in, wouldn't he?
Maybe. You definitely need a stepladder if you're trying to wash the roof of it. I'll tell you that.
Oh, Jesus.
If you ever saw the top of it, you'd understand why it was never really actually washed.
I'm just picturing a monster truck. That's what got me head, a monster truck.
Nah, it's not a monster truck. Could be. I do know plenty of people that put lift kits on them.
Oh,
they take them out off for wheeling, 4x4 and mud bogging and all kinds of fun stuff.
Oh,
you never know, man.
That is.
Not everybody has a vape collection like we do. This is where we dump our money.
Yeah.
Some people have classic cars. Some people have classic cars. Some people have guitars.
I think you'll find that they are rich people, Alex. Not mere peasants like us.
I know some peasants that do it on their off hours and they buy spare parts.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We got some wonderful dad jokes that we got submitted. We've got a bunch of hand checks. We've got some pet pics. Kenny sent me a picture of his dog crashed out. I sent him a picture of our dogs crashed out, so we'll share them with you. Robert Harvey, hello and welcome. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome.
Hello, everybody.
We got a bunch of cool stuff set up. And we'll see how fast we get through the show. Now we're back to the regular news. Buddha Squad and I flew through ours, and it still crashed. So.
Yes. Buddha Squad done very well. If you're watching, sir, very well done. Very well done.
Yes.
You've done very well, mate.
So we reverted our video driver back to the original one that I got when I put the card in the computer, and knock on wood, it didn't crash for us before, so hopefully it'll not do it again to us today. Our last resort is to change OBS to software CPU-based encoding. Which, I mean, if I need to, I need to. But in 2025, that's just unheard of. There's no need for it. There's so many things in OBS that is like, hardware encoded. You want to use hardware encoding? You just speed it up? And I'm like, well, I don't need to.
Exactly. Fingers crossed, touch wood, will be okay. Hopefully.
Yeah. The show must go on either way. There's no question about it, because the tobacco war is not a metaphor. People's lives are at stake. 500,000 Americans are dying every single year. And here's a little bit of statistics for you, because I was trying to put things into context, right? And it was kind of shocking when I sat there and I looked at it, because I'm trying to understand, like the FDA, Center for Tobacco Products, where are their offices at? How big are the offices that they have for the 1,100 people that they employ there, right? Trying to understand things a little bit. And, well, it didn't really help the situation, because I couldn't draw an actual comparison. But I can draw as a comparison that when I did it, I came to realize that I'm honestly hoping you guys are going to be as shocked about it as I am, right? We know, and there's a little contention about the number, but we know about 480,000 American smokers die every single year from combustible tobacco. Okay?
Yeah.
The FDA, one of the facilities where the Center for Tobacco Products is at, and it has multiple areas around the thing, but they have a facility, it's called the FDA's White Oak Campus, is in Silver Spring, Maryland. Okay?
Right. Gotcha.
130 acres
What?
is how big the FDA's White Oak Campus is in Silver Spring, Maryland.
Holy.
130 acres.
Jesus.
So, that got me thinking, well, since the whole reason we emphasize this show and talk about this and talk about it week after week after week is because of the fact that there's 500,000 Americans that die every single year. And if you were to take that 480,000 Americans, lay them down on the ground, starting in the one corner of the FDA's White Oak campus, you could cover all 130 acres of that campus in smokers that pass away prematurely every single year. Every square foot of that 130 acres would be covered by year's end. In January, you would start with another layer of dead smokers in the corner, and by the year's end, you would have 2 complete layers of dead people covering 130 acres, because the FDA does not get this right.
That's crazy, crazy, crazy shit, that, absolutely crazy.
130 acres of dead people every single year, because they haven't adopted vaping as a form of harm reduction to encourage smokers to give up the habit.
Bollocks. It's bollocks.
I was shocked.
Oh, that's scary.
And I'm sure Grok thought I was crazy when I was asking it, how many square feet does a dead body take up laying on the ground?
Depends if it's in a box or not.
You know what? Grok doesn't care. I asked it, and it was like, well, do you want every square inch of ground covered by dead body, or does an approximation of just laying them side by side, head to toe, be adequate for your calculation?
I'm
like, okay, maybe it doesn't think I'm morbid. It doesn't have an idea of what morbid is.
What the fuck?
Because it said, you can put so many bodies inside of a thing, but if you truly wanted to eliminate all square footage and dismember the bodies before you lay them on the ground, you can get this number of bodies to cover a square acre.
Everybody's saying I shouldn't be pressing any buttons, and then one saying I should be pressing buttons. And I've just realised when I type in the combined chat, I come up as you.
Of course you do.
So it was Alex. Alex said that. It was Alex. Well,
that's the whole reason we have buttons for people to push. Because, if the FDA can be safe and effective, then our buttons can be safe and effective.
Caffeine will kill you!
It's that old adage, isn't it? When you see that big red button, it's got "Do not press." You're like, "Ooh, I want to press. I want to press. I want to press."
I'm gonna push that one.
What does that do? What does that do?
Pre-smoke cigarette ash flavor, because that's all smokers need to quit smoking is ash flavor. Never a dull moment.
The only one where they definitely said don't press the red button was when President Reagan was in power.
Yeah.
What's that for, Nancy?
Wasn't for fireworks. At least not the good kind.
Oh, I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
It was actually a reapplication of shoe polish on Gorbachev's head. Remember the old bloke had a big, massive birthmark on his head.
Didn't he? Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead now. Is he dead now, him, Gorbachev? Sure, he died, didn't he?
I think so. I don't know.
I think he passed
He
away.
wasn't a spring chicken when we were teenagers, so I can't imagine him still being here.
No.
Every week we do seem to get a better understanding of the fact that we're not spring chickens anymore, and it has been 10 lostrum since we were spring chickens, at least.
Oh, don't rub it in, mate. Don't rub it in.
Rub it in. Like Mr. Miyagi does.
I got some good news today. My mother my mum got admitted to hospital last week with pneumonia and is it what's it called? Pleurisy? Is that the name for it? Pleurisy. Yeah. She got admitted for that. And she's come home today, so I'm buzzing. She's happy. I'm happy she's home.
Oh, congratulations.
Really, she's like 80. Oh, she's late 80s now. She's well into her 80s, so it was a bit of a scare. But she was a smoker in her day, and now she's probably suffering the consequences of it. So there you go.
That reminds me, mate, I need to get a hold of Richard Pruin. I reached out to him when we were going to go live, when I was looking for somebody to do the show with me on Thursday, and he said he was doing poorly. He's the one that runs the Safer Nicotine Wikipedia.
Got you.
So I have to reach out to him and see if the bloke's doing better.
How he's doing. Yeah, I hope he is.
We know what our day is, when our number is going to come up, and it's going to be our time to pass, and got to make the most of the opportunities we have before us. You might not have tomorrow to do it.
I'll let you all know right now, if there is an afterlife, I will come back to fucking haunt you. Trust us.
I have a list. Might take me a while to get to the new people. Do with that information as you please. But those are the people I'm going after first. All the tobacco control assholes.
If I come back as like what they call it, reincarnation, I'm going to come back as a nice bird that migrates, so I can go and fly on perch on Alex's washing line.
If I have to come back as a bird, I'm going to come back as a bird of prey. An eagle or a hawk, or because I have a whole list of people that I want to poop on.
Shit on. Shit on. I would like to come back as a peregrine falcon. There you go. Fastest bird on the planet. Boom.
And you asked me to look into Mark Carney, so we're going to discuss him today. Did you know he's another Bloomberg butt buddy?
Apparently so.
Has been for decades.
Oh, hell yeah. He's in his pocket. So Canada, when it comes to vaping with him in charge, I'm sorry, it's bad news.
Yeah, I don't see anything good happening. And then have you heard about Australia's elections?
Yeah, they have an election, don't they? Yes.
Guess who's staying in charge of the health services in Australia?
Oh, not fucking. Is he still in charge? No.
Black Market Butler.
Black Market Butler. But I think Bogan
got confirmed for another cycle.
I think Bogan done a quick little video about it a few weeks ago about the elections and stuff. So I knew they were coming up.
If you take a close look at our thumbnail for this week, you'll be identify those two blokes on our thumbnail. Mm-hmm. AI wouldn't put them on there, so I had to do the manual work to cut and paste their faces onto the thumbnail. Because the tobacco war is not a metaphor, especially down in Australia, where their prohibitionist stance from the tobacco control people created the black market, which is literally a tobacco war with dead people that do not smoke, do not vape, do not have anything to do with tobacco, never did, except the fact that, they might live near a tobacco shop and, well,
or above one in one state when somebody lived above it, didn't they, when they started to light that to get out?
Yeah, and died. Yeah. Because they refuse to admit that their taxes are what create the black market. You cannot charge $60 a pack of smokes and expect people to pay that money when you just created a whole black market of products that are half price just because they don't include your ridiculous prohibition tax.
Crazy shit.
The tobacco war is not a metaphor. Should be a new slogan for us. How you like your coffee mug, dude? I see you're still rocking that big, massive engine.
It's not as big as yours, is it? There's only a V8. Oh, shit. That's a mini swimming pool. You can dive in that.
Mate, before the show, I had to use 2 mug-size brewed K-cup pods to fill that.
Well, mine's good old Earl Grey tea. Proper English.
All right, well, we got the niceties out of place. Now it's time for us to get a little rage sweat before we go and actually have some fun and do some actual mixing and some chilling and some retro vaping. So, you ready, sir?
It's that time of day. Roll it.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the tobacco war is not a metaphor, despite what AI would like us to believe. It says that the tobacco war can refer to a few different situations, and whether it's a metaphor depends on the specific context. Wrong! While the term is often used metaphorically to describe the ongoing public health effort to combat tobacco use, combat. Look at the word you used. In order for it to be a combat, you need to have a combat situation, which would be a war. They call it a war. Why aren't you going to acknowledge that that's what it's been? And whenever you have a war going on, there's going to be casualties and innocent lives lost during the combat that takes place and ensues. Am I wrong? Isn't that simple logic to follow? But I didn't know that there was an actual tobacco war from 1780 to 1781 during the American Revolution. We talked about earlier about how the North and the South during the American Revolution would meet in the forest and exchange coffee and food for tobacco. So the South had plenty of tobacco products and crops and, you know, plenty of finished tobacco ready to be consumed, whether it be chewed or smoked or whatever. And they would exchange it for food from the North.
I've noticed how it was the British pillaging and plumaging the American land.
And we've done the same. We've done the same since.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the 1780s, there was a real military operation where British forces targeted tobacco crops in Virginia, aiming to weaken the American economy, because that's what grew the American economy was the tobacco plant. And that's all it is. That's all tobacco is. It's a fucking plant. Unless you do something with it, that's all it will ever be, is a plant, like the grass in your yard and the dandelions. It's just a plant. It's not a war. There needs to be no war about it. It's a plant. If you want to grow it, grow it. You want to do stuff with it, go do stuff with it. Why? How did it become a war? Metaphorically, the term tobacco war is commonly used metaphorically to, describe the public health effort to reduce tobacco use, except it's not about tobacco use anymore. Cigarette smoking, we have generations of kids today that will never smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
And public health can argue about why that is and why their efforts to dehumanize us as human beings because we're currently smoking and former smokers are dehumanized. And you can argue about how unethical that is, but there's no more cigarette smokers except where you ban the less harmful product. And isn't that the antithesis of public health? To only leave a deadly option on the table and ignoring the fact that everything that you do fosters a black market. Because I don't care if you're only putting a 10-cent tax on a pack of cigarettes. If somebody's driving or on holiday or on vacation and they drive through a neighboring state where there's no taxes, well, I guarantee you they're going to come home with multiple cartons of cigarettes.
Oh, yes.
Because they're not going to pay your taxes. Just because you empower, the tax authority to collect these taxes does not mean people actually pay them. If they want something, the free and open market provides a way for them to access these things without your ridiculous taxes. And when your taxes get so obtuse that nobody in their right mind would pay $60 for a pack of smokes, well, then there's going to be a black market supplying them for 20 or 30.
That's the catch-22. As you'll find a lot of governments, same in the UK, will constantly increase the price / taxes on cigarettes to make them unaffordable. So people can't afford to buy them. So therefore hoping they'll quit. So therefore it becomes a product for, say, the rich and the elite. So therefore, on the other side of the coin, the average Joe who can't afford $60 for a pack of cigarettes is now going to go to the black market where you can get them cheaper. So it's a catch-22, isn't it?
And they refuse to accept our firsthand experience and our firsthand facts of the fact that when it was going to hit $1 a pack, we said, we're going to quit as soon as it hits $1 a pack. Did we quit?
Never did.
When it hit $2 a pack, did we quit? $3,
Nope.
$4, $5, $6, $7, $8 a pack. Did we quit? No. We would skip meals. Is that good for public health? To dehumanize a certain percentage of your population to the point where they would rather sacrifice a meal during the day in order to consume the vice that they enjoy. Is that not a war? Is that not a consequence that you need to admit as a public health figure is detrimental to the well-being of the people you are trying to save? I get so angry about this, and it's because I care about people's lives. My entire life has been dedicated to improving humanity. I did it for decades as a paramedic, as a pre-hospital employee, as a volunteer. When I first got my paramedic, you know what I got paid? Minimum wage. When I was on the clock, on a call. When I wasn't on the clock and I was staying in the station, in the firehouse overnight, in case they got a call, I got paid $5 an hour to spend the night at the firehouse. Wasn't even making minimum wage. And ironically, the ambulance service got in trouble for it, and the only people that got a back pay were the full-time employees.
Yeah. Normally the case.
Regardless, it is a literal conflict. It is not a metaphor. They like to say it's a metaphor so they can feel better about themselves, so they can feel better about the fact that they did not dehumanize us. They did not remove our fundamental right to choose what we consume and what we put into our body. It's a literal war with casualties on that war. A 2022 cited survey, a cited study by the NHS said that smokers using nicotine vapes to quit smoking are roughly twice as likely to quit compared to patches, gums, and sprays. Combined with stop smoking services, would you be surprised to find out that if you take counseling and a swap to stop program, you now get a success rate to quit smoking between 60 and 65%? Over half the people that do both vaping and counseling quit smoking. These are facts not in dispute. Meanwhile, 480,000 American smoker deaths every single year is enough to entirely cover the FDA's White Oak campus in Silver Springs, Maryland. All 130 acres, side by side, dead bodies, head to toe, all 130 acres every single year. And the FDA blanket denied millions and millions of PMTAs for products they knew would never kill anyone.
Yep.
Tobacco war is not a metaphor. I don't care what they say. You'll never convince me otherwise. And I think we, as THR advocates, should ensure that the public knows this. Because when they don't know it, this is kind of the stupid shit that they do. Alabama vaping bill reaches Governor Kay Ivey's desk after years of debate. Final surge of opposition. Seriously? Why do we have a final surge of opposition?
What?
Maybe because your laws are stupid? For 3 years, Alabama State Representative Barbara Drummond fought to rein in the sale of alternative nicotine products. Why? Unlike the actual products, cigarettes, the combustible tobacco that actually kill half of those who use it as directive, alternative nicotine products will kill no one. Zero. Well, last week, that effort reached a milestone as lawmakers passed HB 8, a potentially groundbreaking. Why is everything potentially groundbreaking when a politician accomplishes something? A potentially groundbreaking bill that would mark Alabama's first major regulation of e-cigarettes and vaping devices. Since they became widely popular among everyone, not just teens, more propaganda, more than a decade ago. This was a game changer. I think HB 8 will save some children's lives. No, they won't. I think that you're going to kill people. Because when you do this, you create a black market. You create the environment for a black market to thrive, where none existed before your ridiculous law got put into text. The bill's passage comes at a critical time. It's always a critical time when something gets passed in legislation. More propaganda. As a staggering, another lie, 17.5% of Alabama high schoolers report using vaping products. More than double the national average of 7.8%, which is another lie. Just because they saw a vape or admitted to knowing about a vape in the past 30 days does not make them a current user.
No.
How many of them use it every single day? Now I believe you as a current user, but you don't want to use that number because, well, 1.2% or 1.3%, there's nothing to write home about. It's like, why are you even paying attention to that? Do you not see all the homeless people living in your city? Don't you think maybe you should focus on that instead? I mean, there's a whole list of things you should focus on that is way more important than what 1% of kids do. Prove me wrong. Please. Somebody, anybody, prove me wrong. Industry uproar. And you're going to laugh because when you come to realize what this bill actually does, you're like, what are you getting so upset about? Well, nobody got upset about the fact when they enacted the vape mill ban, and here I am, a 50-plus-year-old man that couldn't access my vaping products. I legit had to get in my car and go drive and find vape shops and hope that they carry what I'm looking for. Whereas before, I used to just, get on the internet and Google it, and I would get a whole list of places that had it, and I could click any one of them and click on it and order it, and it would come to my house, and it would be at my house within 2 or 3 days. Not anymore. How is that good for public health? It's obviously not when you actually look at the facts. But they ignore the facts. They conveniently ignore the facts and only have you focus on, well, look, it perfected the teens. No, it didn't, because they weren't getting it on the legitimate market to begin with.
Exactly.
What did your law do to the black market that they were getting their products from? It didn't affect it at all? It had nothing to do with it?
Fucking assholes, man.
Meanwhile, the FDA has only authorized 34 bullshit tobacco and menthol flavored e-cigarette products, which isn't true. I mean, technically, they have issued authorization for 34 products, but some of those aren't being sold anymore because they sucked so bad nobody bought them and the company quit making them. The Velo disc, authorized, not available for sale anymore. Company went out of business years ago. Big tobacco company, quit making it. And let's not even talk about the ones that, the greedy corporations and the big tobacco companies are so damn worried about profit that the only original vape company that was bought out by a big tobacco company, so it's no longer a vape company, can no longer sell their FDA-authorized product because it's tied up in a patent war over the coil that goes inside to heat that thing. So wow. That's not a product that's available for sale anymore. So how can you say that there's 34 products available for sale? Because there obviously isn't. You wiped out half a dozen of them when they just went into a patent war.
These people aren't on the right planet, man. They're on Cloud Cuckoo.
So the only place to buy a vape-styled product, vape-styled, Vaping is a technology. It's kind of like analog brakes. It's not a style of anything.
Style.
With a flavor other than tobacco or menthol, which is a stupid ideation of, well, they're only allowed because those are only not child appealing. Kenny, when you started smoking, what flavor did you pick in your cigarette?
A cigarette? No, I just had a normal bog standard cigarette. I didn't pick any flavor.
Tobacco.
But when I started vaping, yeah.
Did it stop you as a child from being interested in a cigarette?
Hell no.
So tobacco is a child-appealing flavor.
Yeah.
It was when we were growing up. Why wouldn't it still be today? Utterly ridiculous. Alabama is looking to be the only state in the nation where retail convenience stores are prevented from selling vaping products and limited to selling the real shit that actually kills people. Well, that's a real groundbreaking thing to be proud of, isn't it? You cannot buy a safe product in the convenience store. You can only buy the product that is going to kill half of all users.
It's not groundbreaking. It's just the same old thing, just different wording.
Fletcher warned that this could devastate small businesses and push major chains like Wawa and Circle K to reconsider investing in the state. Vape sales, he noted, bring in an average of $6,117 per month per store and are converting smokers into ex-smokers because they see the less harmful product sold right next to the deadly product. But sure, go ahead and take it out of those places where people actually are going to visit every single day and may, on the spur of the moment, decide to quit smoking. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yes. Wow. Wow. You don't think like some of these rule makers they're just starting to grab straws now out of desperation where they just make up a new bill, an anti-vaping bill just randomly now. You know what I mean? They're just running out of ideas, aren't they?
Or it's a dog with a bone that can't possibly let go of something that they started 3 years ago and refuse to accept any new scientifically based information, scientific studies that demonstrate that you need to step back from your mission and your crusade to remove the vaping products that you started on during the height of the teen vaping epidemic. That wasn't actually an epidemic. It was a blip in the data. And realize that 70% of kids have quit. Don't even want to look at a vape anymore. We're at the lowest nicotine consumption in human history, in recorded human history. But you still got to pass your law because you've been working on it for 3 years, wasting your time for the last 3 years to kill more people. And that's what we should look at this law as, not as a success for public health to protect kids, because it's not going to protect kids. It's actually going to hurt the kids.
The past. Oh, hell, well, there we're gone.
We asked ChatGPT about SiteGround, and this is what it had to say.
We don't care what it had to say.
New since 6. New regulations at the state level target products that contain THC.
THC is the active ingredient in marijuana, and products that contain THC have popped up in recent months in stores across the state.
State lawmakers approved legislation tonight that would limit where those products could be sold. They also passed a bill aimed at certain types of vaping products. Lawmakers told WSFA 12 News anchor Sally Pics children's safety was top of mind.
You have probably seen these in your local gas station. They are sold as gummies, chips, and even drinks. State Representative Andy Witt says they are unregulated and dangerous.
We reeled in those illegal elements that has been plaguing our communities and our students in our high schools.
Witt sponsored a bill that authorizes the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board to regulate all consumable hemp products. It also removes it from convenience stores and limits how much you can buy.
So you're able to buy 50 milligrams in Shelby County on Interstate 65 in a slushy machine, we've got a true problem. So I said, get your slushy on the way to...
You got a true problem. But it isn't what you say it is. The true problem is you're a moron. You do not understand what these products are and why the public wants to buy them. Because, see, the foundation of economics is you need to supply products that people want to buy. Because if you fill your store with shit that nobody wants to buy, you're going to be out of business. Exactly. And there's no reason to get legislation on it. Maybe the reason why these people want to buy it is to improve their lives. Whether it be perceived or real, you can argue about scientifically, but the fact is, well, more and more people are selling it because more and more people want it. And unless you want to be a czar, you have no business passing laws about people choices to purchase what they want to purchase. I thought money was free speech. I thought we could spend our money on whatever it is that we want to spend it on. If I want to buy sulfuric acid, I should be allowed to go buy sulfuric acid. It isn't a problem unless I hurt another person in my choices. So if people want to buy a slushie full of whatever, then they should be able to buy it. And you should have no say-so or concern over it. I see absolutely no foundation for their actions in this. None whatsoever. And I don't use weed. I don't use THC, cannabis.
It's simple fucking, it's simple economics and simple maths. If somebody wants something, somebody will supply it. Supply and demand. Simple.
People didn't want it. Nobody would buy it, and nobody would sell it because the business would go out of business if they had no customers. You can't champion to the free world the virtues of economics and then cry the blues when all the customers go and buy stuff and now all the stores want to sell it because there's so many customers that want to buy it.
The beach is no more.
Wow. Representative Witt's bill is now headed to the governor for her signature. So is Representative Barbara Drummond's bill on vapes. Under it, convenience stores would only be able to sell FDA-regulated products, which Drummond says is a small number of what's available. All other products would have to go in 21 and up stores.
From the class.
Okay, now we switch gears and now we're talking about nicotine vaping, which is a harm reduction tool to stop people who smoke from dying an early death. It has nothing to do with THC consumption, has nothing to do with the Farm Bill and CBD, nothing whatsoever. You're talking about apples and oranges. But you're not separating them out as different things. You're calling them the same thing. You think that the American public is stupid. And if you give them enough misinformation, well, then we'll just dumb them down even further. Because the next thing they'll come after is they're going to regulate what your children can go and do. We got our ass beat when we did bad things and we disrespected our parents.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, yes.
I don't do that anymore. You get called child services are called if you spank your child. That's inappropriate discipline.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not advocating for violence. That's not what this is about. This is about common sense. And these people obviously have none.
Rooms in the community, we saw this becoming an epidemic.
Drummond believes this legislation will save lives.
I think every single one of our elected officials should have to pass a basic knowledge test. So they don't misuse terminology they are obviously completely unfamiliar with.
The reason that I've stayed with this issue for so very long is because of a young man who died in Dallas County. And I was exposed to a third grader last year who is vaping. And this is a problem that is going to affect their.
The problem is, how did a third grader get access to these products?
That's the problem.
And the problem is you're not holding the parents responsible when they're not parenting their children. The problem isn't you getting on your high horse and removing products from legal age adults. The problem is you refuse to enforce the laws that parents are supposed to parent their children. And when the children break the law, there should be consequences to that. If you get a kid that's caught with a vape in school, they should severely be punished for it.
Exactly.
Not held up as a poster child to take adults' rights away from them. Why is it so hard for people to understand?
Their health. And I think what this body...
Yes, this is about adult health. About all of the people who smoke having an option to consume nicotine through a safer way to consume it that will not hurt their health, will improve their health because they will stop damaging it by lighting up a cigarette countless times a day.
Also, like, you know, say a third grader vaping. Okay, on the side of the coin, what you've done if that third grader was drunk? What would you do about the alcohol then?
They do the same that they do with anything else, except they don't hold them up as a poster child. They just accept it as, oh, they're just being kids. It's okay.
Yeah.
We did it.
Okay.
They did from the Senate to the House. Our children, we are looking out for their...
No, you're not.
Nope.
No, you're not. Because your children are still going to get away with doing all kinds of shit they're not supposed to do. Because you didn't actually care where they got their shit from. If you did, you go after them. The people that provided it to your child. To go after the parents who didn't parent your child. Instead, they came to you with their third grader that had a vape. And you're like, oh my God, I got to strip adults of their access to these things. Because a child broke the law.
Our future.
Both bills put fees in place for those who do not follow the rules. Sally Pitts,
Right. Both bills reduce adults' access to less harmful products. Let's keep the facts real where they are. Because when they don't provide facts and they provide just ridiculous moral reactions to things that you have no say-so whatsoever in a logical thinking person, then what you do is you go and actually decide that, no, I don't want to buy this.
Get off my screen.
And this isn't going to work because, well, you know, Microsoft doesn't actually have their own browser. They use the same engine that Google does in Chrome. So when I go to do it here, I'm going to get the same pop-up.
Motherfucker, get off. Let's
try this again.
Come on. Come on.
More of our rights stripped for greed. In Dallas, if your child is caught with a vape, guess what? They get pulled out of school and they get sent to a special school for bad kids. A bastard, hello and welcome. So, they enacted this ridiculousness 2 years ago, and they come to realize that, well, certain school districts have special schools already, and, well, they weren't actually following the laws because they're already at a special school for problem children. So they're like, hey, man, this law doesn't make any sense. We need to get rid of it. It's stupid. It's just a vape. Who cares? Well, they reenacted the whole fight again that, you know, kids should not be punished when they break the law.
Hey, bastards.
Why should we punish our children? Because that might actually change their behavior. So in Texas, they're sitting there trying to discuss whether or not they're removing this ridiculous requirement that if your kid gets caught with a vape, they get sent to a bad kid school. Because, a bunch of the schools where this happened at, they're already a bad kid school. It's already designated as a bad kid school. So what are you going to put them? You're not taking them to another school.
All they do. One bad school, the next bad school.
Mandatory punishment for e-cigarette violations divide members of the House and Senate. We passed a law 2 years ago. Now you want to get rid of the law? You make us look like a bunch of fools.
That's not hard to do.
Well, that's because that's what you were when you passed the law. And when you prohibit things that people actually want to buy and people want to access, and you dry up the black markets that were there before, well, those people still need to get their supply because they still have customers that they want to satisfy. And, well, when they can't get it, by taking cash into a store and actually buying them so they could resell them, then what are you going to end up with is a rash of break-ins.
A vape shop. Spartanburg police are investigating a vape shop burglary from last month where a stolen car rammed into a store. Now, they shared us these pictures. They say it happened at Sal's Tobacco and Vape on Garner Road on April 18th. We're told two men rammed a stolen Chevy Suburban into the store and then stole $20,000 worth of vape products.
$20,000. Do you think that's nicotine vapes they're talking about, dude?
Can I just say one thing? Keep an eye on your truck because they're going to need something like that to burgle a fucking vape shop.
$1,000 worth of vape products. Police say one of the suspects fired a pistol into glass cabinets. The business owner told officers he estimated nearly $50,000 in total damages and losses. As Spartanburg police say, there has been an uptick.
That will probably exaggerate for insurance purposes.
Things aren't cheap. $20,000 worth of products, $50,000 worth of damage to the store between the store building, the door that they've smashed through, the display that they have there. I mean, that's probably a couple grand plus all the stuff that was inside of it. And technically, how many of the products that were still left inside the case that they can't use anymore because there could be glass shards on it all need to go into the bin because they're damaged products now.
It's damaged stock, isn't it? Wow.
And this is not isolated to, this state or that state. Here in Pittsburgh, it's happening here too. And yes, there is obviously the truth in the fact that, like Patrick pointed out many times, that there are bad actors in the industry. And that goes back to the foundations of economics. When you have a demand for a product, well, then the shops are going to want to carry that product. Whether it's illegal or not is irrelevant when they have an opportunity to make some money.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Law enforcement seizes products from Cannonsburg Vape Shop. Cannonsburg police raided the local vape shop Thursday after certain products tested positive for THC and other illegal substances. It's only illegal because, Pennsylvania is dragging their feet on legalizing THC and cannabis for recreational purposes. But if you get to a doctor and you get a prescription, then you can go to a actual store to purchase your stuff, and it's not illegal. The exact same thing that they busted this vape shop for is legally being sold a mile away from my house in a dispensary. But see, the holdup right now in the legislation in the state of Pennsylvania is they can't get the consensus on how much the dispensaries should be charged to have a license in order for them to sell their cannabis recreationally in the state of Pennsylvania. Last figure that I heard was $50 million per dispensary per year to sell cannabis recreationally to the residents of Pennsylvania.
Wow.
The opposite of what Ohio has done.
Damn.
The investigation into Canonsburg vapors began several months ago after reports from concerned parents about products that their children had purchased. Coghill said THC, or tetrahydrocannabinol, is a compound in marijuana. According to Coghill, undercover police officers purchased products from the business located at 165 East Pike Street and had them tested at the state police lab. They were extremely more potent than what was advertised, and I'm sure the vape shop owner had no clue that they were that much more potent than what the product says it is, because realistically, it's been banned our entire lives, and we really have no clue how much THC is supposed to be in there. How much is too much?
Well, this is it.
Actually made the local news here.
Like I said, if it's a product he's bought that product as is. He doesn't know what's in it and who's made what in it. You know what I mean? Or the strength of it anyway. You know what I mean?
I have no idea.
Nah.
Canonsburg business was raided Thursday after parents reported their concerns to police. Got 13 seconds of advertisements to get through.
Holy moly.
But on Thursday afternoon, the whole parking lot was filled with police cars, both local and state, as officers from multiple agencies looked for illegal substances that the investigators said were being sold in the store.
Really?
County business, and only Channel 11's Kara Sapida spoke with investigators about the concerns that prompted from that raid. She's live tonight in Canonsburg. Kara?
Gordon, this investigation began after parents reached out to police saying the items their teenagers were buying from this shop they believed were illegal. Now, tonight it's still open. Hard to believe just a short time ago, every parking spot here in this parking lot was filled with police from multiple agencies as they searched the store. Only 11 was there around 3 o'clock this afternoon when Canonsburg Police, the AG's office, Homeland Security, and the District Attorney's Office detectives served a search warrant here, raiding Canonsburg vapors, saying they were selling illegal substances. These agencies worked together for several months, going undercover to get products here that they then tested and discovered to be illegal.
During the course of that investigation, we were able to obtain some of the suspected chemicals or packages. It was eventually sent to a crime laboratory.
Chemicals.
And of course, it was not marketed as what the label said. It was much more potent than what the labels indicated.
Now tonight, this store does remain open. I did speak to one of the employees inside. I asked him if he wanted to do an interview to defend their products.
They busted the store for selling illegal products. The store is still open.
And at the beginning of the report, she said they were selling to teenagers. So they should have been busted for selling to fucking underage as well. Should they not?
Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome. But the store is still open.
Exactly.
So is this actually about protecting the public from products that are illegal? Or is this about raking in more cash for the judicial system and the lawyers that work for that system?
Probably the latter, yeah. My God.
Why can't we see things for what they truly are?
Yeah.
And not the propaganda they want us to believe? What prohibitionists get wrong about flavors and youth vaping, New Hampshire, like many states, is grappling with how to best protect youth. How you protect the youth? You get the parents to parent their youth, And you get the youth that break the law to get punished for breaking the law. Exactly. Or you could just, do like they did with this vape shop, man. You were caught selling products that were illegal, and we're going to take all that stuff, and then we're going to leave you to have a nice day and stay in business. What?
What the fuck? What?
Well, because if we actually solve problems as police officers and we eliminate the crime off of the streets, then we don't need to have a job anymore.
Well, theoretically. Wow.
What's the goal? Are you protecting the public or are you not protecting the public? How do you protect the public when you bust somebody and then don't do anything about it?
Exactly.
I mean,
if that was here, it would have been shut down.
It's not like I can't even come up with an analogy because it's so far-fetched. Let's say you open up a shop and never filed to collect sales tax. So in that situation, I could see where they would bust the store. They would show up and they'd get a letter and they would say, we're going to do a forensic audit on all your finances and you're going to owe us all the money that you didn't collect. And from this point forward, to stay in business, you're going to have to collect the sales tax and send it in to us. I totally get it. That's appropriate. But if you're illegally selling something and you confiscate that stuff so that you can get prosecuted for it, how do you justify leaving the place open?
That's weird.
We live in a society where teenagers can break the law and they don't get any punishment for it. Their punishment is to give a speech about how they were underage and they were using these products illegally. And have been for so many years. That's their punishment. How is that a punishment? I did more punishing to my children by making them stand in a corner when they did something wrong, when they had a fight with their brother or sister. That's more of an actual punishment. You're not protecting the youth by taking adults' rights away. There's no logical way that can ethically be done.
Nah.
But they're grappling with how to best protect youth while addressing adult smoking. You're not addressing adult smoking. You're ignoring it. There's still 500,000 people dying every single year. Still the leading cause of preventable death in both our state and across the United States as policymakers weigh potential restrictions on flavored tobacco. Well, the tobacco flavors in the vaping products are flavors. They're no different than grape or bubblegum or cherry or strawberry or Boston cream pie or blackberry custard. They're the exact same thing. Actually, the blackberry custard would probably have less flavors than a tobacco flavor does, but,
Yeah.
that would make you sound even more stupid. Because it's critical to consider both the scientific evidence and the real-world impacts of these measures. Well, they like to fabricate enough science to make it sound bad so they can put up these scare stories and never once consider the lived experience of the people who smoked that was able to smoke and was only empowered to quit smoking because they found nicotine vaping. Look at the picture in the article. Beautiful.
Very nice.
I like it. It's AI generated.
A vape device. A vape device. Ooh.
Darren D said, I had non-teenagers over my house most of the weekend because, well, their parents didn't want them around. Until I told my son that they have to go. They are all privileged nowadays. Yeah. To be clear, I fully support efforts to prevent youth access to all tobacco and nicotine products. I don't. I know I'm an outlier, but I don't. Because I look at somebody that's got ADHD and I look at the known science and the known potential harms of using a nicotine vapor product. And my son was diagnosed with ADHD, and they prescribed him Adderall. And as a paramedic, I know the potential side effects of Adderall use. I personally would rather them be prescribed a nicotine vape. And I would love somebody who's a doctor to tell me why that doesn't make sense in their brain.
Yeah.
You would rather a child take Adderall because they have an ADHD diagnosis than have them consume nicotine. Why? Look at the list of side effects for both and explain to me how you can justify telling me that they need Adderall, not nicotine.
Weird.
Why is nobody else standing up for this like I am? Why am I an outlier? I'm not a doctor, but I totally understand how I would rather have this than Adderall in my son. So now I totally understand why, now that he's in the military, he still consumes nicotine. But he never takes any actual pharmaceutical medications because he gets the nicotine that completely negates any potential issues that he may have. Therapeutic use of nicotine is real, but it is never acknowledged by anybody in public health because it doesn't foster their agenda. Anyway, look at the description for this story. I'm not going to harp into it. I've got too much other stuff I want to talk about. Because just when you thought it couldn't get any more ridiculous.
A global war?
Better sit down.
A global war? A global war? Ooh.
The tobacco war is not a metaphor. Period. Prove me wrong. The growing global war on safer nicotine alternatives, a public health setback in the making. It's been in the making since vaping came to become mass available and popular and started killing the tobacco taxes that have been funding all these public health campaigns for decades. For some of us, before we started smoking.
Yep.
In recent years, safer nicotine and tobacco alternatives like pouches and vapes and heated tobacco products have emerged as a pivotal smoking cessation tool. Yet, paradoxically, many governments around the world are moving to restrict or outright ban these products, even as traditional cigarettes remain widely available and continue to kill more and more and more people who smoke. Tell me how that makes sense.
Don't.
In a wave of sweeping legislation, governments around the world are moving to ban or severely restrict safer nicotine alternatives, such as those we mentioned earlier. From Central Asia to Europe and Hong Kong, a seemingly coordinated clampdown. Why you say seemingly? We know it's coordinated. Public health entities talk to each other just like tobacco harm reduction advocates talk to each other.
Of course they do.
Can we all be on the same page? And can we follow the page of facts and science and not bullshit, utter propaganda or outright religious zealotry, which is what fuels tobacco control? But while the intentions behind these policies may be noble, for who? Tobacco control, the public health advocates' pocketbook? We don't have those as harm reduction advocates. We get zero funding, except what you guys happen to throw our way. That's it. Well, on April 30th, Uzbekistan became the latest country to enact a full-scale ban on electronic nicotine vaping delivery systems. Approved by the Senate during the 6th plenary session of Oli Majlis, the new law bans the production, sale, import, export, and even possession of products like vape pens and heat-not-burn devices. Violators face criminal penalties, through the provision allows for leniency for those who voluntarily surrender their products to authorities.
What?
The government says that the law aims to safeguard public health by forcing people who smoke to choose the product that will kill half of them when used as directed. Oh, that isn't actually in the article. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't help it but tell the truth. Kazakhstan outlawed e-cigarettes and imports in 2023, and its comparable ban will take effect in July of 2025. Together, these measures represent a growing trend across Central Asia, a regional shutdown of harm reduction tools that could otherwise help millions of smokers reduce or quit cigarette use. I have a word for this. It's called democide. I used it in a video years ago. Nobody wants to acknowledge that that's actually an appropriate terminology for what governments are doing when they remove access to the safer products that don't kill people. But nobody can argue with the fact that that is the fact.
It is.
Meanwhile, Hong Kong is preparing to take things even further. Under the new legislative package expected to take effect April 2026, public possession of e-cigarettes will be banned outright. The city also plans to double fines for smoking-related offenses, expand smoke-free zones, and impose new restrictions on tobacco products, excluding menthol, because, that makes perfect sense. You're not allowed flavors except tobacco and except menthol. Those are flavors we don't have a problem with. You can go ahead and use them. What? Why? How is that different? Scientifically demonstrated different. How is it different? Well, the kids like it. Prove it. You can't. A flavor is a flavor is a flavor. Your arbitrary and capricious decision that tobacco and menthol is perfectly fine, but any other possible flavors banned is stupid, illogical, and harmful to the public health. These sweeping reforms follow 2 consecutive years of steep tobacco tax hikes, because that doesn't create a black market. We already talked about that, which have pushed cigarette prices to nearly 100 Hong Kong dollars per pack.
Fucking hell.
And you're shocked that you can get black market cigarettes from illegitimate sources for $50 a pack? Why?
Yeah. But there it is.
What did you think was going to happen?
Dear me, man.
If ball caps were suddenly $100 a hat, nobody would buy them on a legitimate store. But I bet there would be a bunch of black market hats available for sale. You can understand that, but you can't understand it when you're doing it with nicotine and tobacco products? Are you stupid or something?
Dear me, man.
Burning out harm reduction. How ironic. Safer, but banned. Because, we don't like following logic. Why would you want to do that? When good intentions backfire, good intentions are backfiring. Just take a look at Australia, where they've now had the 126th firebombing.
Oh, up to 126 now. Bloody hell. Oh, my God.
Yeah, where is it? There you go. I'm sorry. 225. I was wrong. I'm wrong a lot, actually.
Holy moly.
225. The Logan Tobacco. Is it any wonder small businesses in Australia can't insure their properties while this avoidable rampage continues? The tobacco war is not a metaphor. Current government policies have seen the tobacco and vape wars continue for well over 2 years now. No end in sight, especially with Black Market Butler getting another frickin' term in office as their health minister. Let's see, prohibition didn't work, double prohibition didn't work, triple prohibition didn't work, reluctantly releasing products for legal aid sale without required doctor's note at pharmacies who didn't want to fucking sell them. So out of the, 30 that they surveyed, only like 5 of them actually carried anything. They're surprised why things have gotten worse. Why? You don't understand common sense?
They don't understand anything.
I could be a complete retard and I'd still understand that. Meanwhile, this retard doesn't understand it. Mark Butler, MP. I'm honored to have been appointed as Minister of Health and Aging and the Minister for Disability and National Disability Insurance Scheme. Because I am Black Market Butler, where I can guarantee you're going to end up with a disability and have to use my services because I refuse to let you, consume something that won't kill you.
Exactly.
You need to pay $60 a pack because that's what the fags cost. And you got to give up the cough dollars so that when you file for disability because you got lung cancer, I can give you some of your money back because we squandered the rest of it. Can't give it to you all because, that would make sense.
Damn, man. Really.
Unlike disappear. Another bonehead going down the tubes. Because Western Australia's no better. Vaping now banned in enclosed Western Australia workplaces. Vaping or the use of e-cigarettes is now banned in all enclosed Western Australia workplaces. The vaping regulation is consistent with the regulation covering tobacco smoking in Western Australia workplaces, so we're going to do that to the product that doesn't actually kill you. Because, we don't care about it whether that makes sense or not. Cook government takes the safety and health of Western Australia workers seriously, except when they let you consume the product that will kill half of those who use it as directed.
Yeah.
The work health and safety regulations that address tobacco smoking in workplaces has now been extended to include the use of products that don't kill you. Because we don't believe in harm reduction. Crazy.
Weird, man. Well, it's ironic because they literally banned it everywhere, and then all of a sudden they say you can't do it in the workplace. You don't be able to do it, period, the way they're going on.
It's already banned.
Exactly.
Just another illogical action. Hey, thanks for doxing me again. I fucking love you, Google. State vape bans cause confusion, says industry player. Nanosticks Innovations says that there is inconsistency in the approaches being taken. From Petaling Jaya, a local vape company has urged state governments to review their bans of the sale of vape devices, arguing that the restrictions contradict the federal legislation that's currently in effect. Shahabuddin Jalil, director of Nanosticks Innovation, said that the federal government had already passed the Control of Smoking Products for Public Health Act of 2024, which legally regulates the vaping industry. He said that differing approaches taken by some states are creating confusion, not only for the industry stakeholders, but also the consumers. As a homegrown vape brand since 2018, Nanosticks has complied with all applicable legal requirements. State-level bans need to be reconsidered more thoroughly to avoid legal inconsistencies and public health misunderstandings. That's kind of like here. We're legalizing cannabis in certain states like Ohio to the point where people can grow their own plants at home, 2 plants per person, and it's still federally illegal.
It's because they're running out of ideas, man. They're just clutching straws and saying, "Oh, we'll do this bill, we'll do this rule, we'll do this rule." It just isn't working. I think they're panicking, to be honest, when they come up with this. Oh, shit, they're allowed to sell that vape. Right, let's ban this one. Oh, shit, somebody's selling another vape. Right, we'll let ban that one. You know what I mean? The reactions, you know what I mean?
It makes no sense whatsoever.
It doesn't?
See if this page loads. Because Europe is next. In 2025 of this month, disposable e-cigarette ban is unanimously approved in the parliamentary committee in Poland.
God almighty.
Remind me again, where do you get inaware flavoring from? Isn't that Poland?
Would that be Poland by any chance?
Meanwhile, last month, Hong Kong prohibited the possession of alternative smoking products. They're not smoking products. If there's no combustion, there's no smoke. Disposable vape ban was in the works in March, and here we are in May, and we're just going to ban it all, not just disposables. Fuck that shit. We're gone. Because, that makes sense.
We're going the whole hog. Fuck it.
Meanwhile, let's remind ourselves what happened in February when France banned disposable vapes and nicotine pouches. What?
Yeah.
Pouches that have no tobacco in it whatsoever. It's just wood pulp with some e-liquid on it. Banned.
Wow.
Why? Nobody gives a fuck. So it's a steam ball. It's a big snowball rolling downhill, collecting more damage as it goes. Nobody wants to stand up and speak out about it. Back in January, Vietnam, the General Department of Customs issued a decree to all provincial customs authorities requesting no customs procedures to be carried out for the importation of exportation of e-cigarettes, heated tobacco products, as well as components and raw materials used in the production thereof. And just like Tobacco 21, it went into law the second the bill was signed. Job done. Oh, and since then they've developed the app where you can turn in people that, don't follow the law.
Yeah.
And to make sure you use the app, you get to collect 60% of the proceeds of the fine that they get assessed.
Yeah, fucking awesome. I'm going to shop everybody, mate.
Snitches get stitches.
Yeah.
Not in Vietnam, you don't.
Hell no.
You get it to make a living at it. There's a new industry. The vape snitches.
Yeah. Snitchy vapies. Wow. Nowadays, that'd be massive over there because it's a poor country anyway, isn't it? So 60%. Woohoo, we'll have some of you.
Oh, look, I got doxxed again. Just lovely. Thanks, Google. Here's a new take on the High Court's ruling, the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court delivered a very bad news to the vape industry in April to 15 million Americans desperately trying to quit smoking cigarettes. Bullshit. It ain't 15 million.
Yeah.
It's 19 million. Don't believe me? Go watch the latest Regulator Watch story in an interview, and you're going to come to find out I was right. 19 million. And when you factor in that the kids that are vaping, you're over 20 million vapors here in the United States.
Easy.
I didn't make the number up. I saw it in a study. I can't find the damn study. I've gone back on it 3 or 4 times already trying to find where I read that. 20 million is the current number of vapors in the United States. And that, I say, is underrepresented because of all the black market sales that are taking place right now in corner shops and all kinds of different places. Those aren't being reported to anybody anywhere.
It's like everything. They just pluck a number out of thin air, man. They don't actually research it and bullshit. They just pluck a number out of the thin air. That's all they do.
Sure do. Then once more, 1 million product applications came through the door. Numerous times, millions of applications got flooding the agency that was supposed to regulate vaping, right? And, well, the FDA said, we don't need any of these products because, you know, if we authorize these, then we'll slowly lose all of our funding from the actual combustible products that we authorize. So people are not shocked by the fact that, you know, literally millions upon millions upon millions of vaping products did not get authorization. But, you know, FDA has no problem authorizing hundreds to thousands of brand new combustible and other actual tobacco products. Nobody bats an eyelash. That is not, you know, anything unexpected.
They're probably not even checking. You know, not a company will come in. Oh, we've got a new cigarette coming out. Yeah, carry on. You know what I mean? They'll just, it's fine.
Oh, let me see the toxicants. Oh, that's the same as all the other cigarettes. Okay, that's authorized.
Go. Now, I've got a new vape product. Oh, fuck that one out. Oh, that's shit. No, we can't be asked for that.
No, that's not going to kill anybody. We can't authorize that.
Exactly, yeah. Fucking hell.
Meanwhile, it's clear that e-cigarettes are significantly safer than cigarettes and effective at helping people quit smoking. So how are regulators supposed to weigh this reality against the pitfalls of youth access? What are the pitfalls of youth access? Please explain this to me. It's never going to kill them. Well, how is that a pitfall?
It's not an argument because youth have got access to cigarettes, which kill them, but there's not a hoo-ha about that. As soon as they touch a vape, all hell breaks loose. So where's the argument?
When vaping first came onto the scene, they made the argument that people are going to try a vape and go to smoking cigarettes. I'm like, that is preposterous.
That's bullshit. It does not lead people to smoking. Trust us. I would rather have this lovely, wonderful flavor of fizzy cherry than a fucking horrible tobacco tasting cigarette all day long. There's no way.
I got a fruity Peps here. How is that going to lead to combustible cigarette use? Unless you ban this, why on earth would it ever go to combustible cigarette sales? It didn't. None of that was ever proven true.
Nah. It's like here in the UK. I mean, it's a bit off topic, but they say if we legalize cannabis, it's the gateway to harder drugs. No, it's fucking not. You know what I mean? No, it's not.
At-risk youth are going to be at-risk youth for everything, not just certain things.
Exactly.
And if you're a teenager and you want to act out and do bad things, well, you're going to do the bad things that's getting the most attention, and right now that's vaping.
But it's like you said, they're not being punished. They're breaking the law. They're breaking the law by doing it, and they're not being punished. So therefore, where's the deterrent?
And now that nicotine vaping is no longer the in fad, they're now going to cannabis use. Exactly. THCs and gummies and magic mushrooms and all kinds of other illegal things that they can get their hands on.
Exactly.
Nuts. And if you do not stand up, if we're going to drop the whole situation with vaping, we're going to drop the whole situation with tobacco harm reduction, we're going to drop the pouches, the patches, the gums, the cigarettes, and everything else. We're going to just get down to brass tacks, fundamentals. The government has no qualms whatsoever about eliminating people's human right to choose what they want to do with themselves. And they're going to look out for your children. What do you think they're going to do next?
You hit the nail on the head there before by saying it's just a fad to go through, which is kind of like proof, because obviously me and you know that teen vaping has dropped quite significantly, but they're not freaking shouting about that, are they? They're not shouting and bawling about it because they've got bored with, like you said, they've got bored with vape and nicotine. Now they're moving on to something else, which is obviously the cannabis is now a big thing. So,
and if you give politicians an inch, they will take 1,000 miles. Because in Virginia, the governor signs a bill limiting minors to 1 hour of social media per day.
Never gonna work. Never gonna work. Sorry, you're pissing. You're just totally pissing in the wind there, mate. Sorry. Fucking
and the
go
bill
back to your little hole.
Puts the responsibility to ensure that minors are compliant with this 1 hour limit per day of social media on the social media companies.
What? Really?
YouTube has to make sure that no minor consumes more than 1 hour of social media per day.
Okay.
And you better damn well know what Facebook has let them already have today, and TikTok, and any other social media platform that has not actually got wide mass spread appeal yet.
Well, there's a fault in that straight away, because how many, shall we say, minus teenagers have multiple accounts? So they can do an hour on that account, an hour on that account, they can do an hour on that account, and then do an hour on that account. So what the fuck off.
Spent on social media will soon be limited by law in Virginia.
Well, the bipartisan measure was signed into law by Governor Glenn Youngkin, but will it be enforceable? That's the big question. Fox 5's Julie Donaldson tonight, live in Fairfax, with a closer look. Julie?
Hey there. Look, research has proven that social media can be harmful to kids, and it can really be dangerous to their mental health. I mean, Governor Youngkin has called this a crisis. So the main goal of this bill is to just limit how much time kids can spend on apps such as TikTok and Instagram. Now, it was met by overwhelming support from both sides of the aisle in the state's General Assembly. Now, what it does is it bans kids under age 16 from using social media for more than 1 hour a day on each platform, while requiring parents to give verifiable consent if they want to increase or decrease the daily time limit. Now, it also calls for platforms to take a neutral approach to asking someone's age when they create an account, while making sure that that data, well, that it's only used for age verification.
How do you see this ultimately playing out and being effective?
I don't know if I see it being effective, honestly. Kids are very clever at getting around these. And, you know, I totally understand that, like, what are you going to do if you're a platform and a 12-year-old, 14-year-old signs up and says they're 25? Like, are you going to require ID from everyone who signs up for your platform? Probably not. If you take those platforms away, what they're going to do is find other platforms that are outside the bounds of what this law covers, that allow them to communicate with their friends and share in very similar ways. And so that really limits the impact that this is going to have.
So there's a lot still to be worked out on how they're going to enforce it. Now, there are a couple of platforms that are exempt from this, and those are mainly used for either emails, direct messages, streaming services, or news outlets.
Why would a youth need to use email for more than an hour a day?
Oh, my God. Is this a wind-up? Is this an actual story, or is this a fucking wind-up?
This is legit. Just like the story from last week was legit. This is not some AI-generated fake news story. This is real.
It's never going to work. Why are they barking up this tree? It's never, ever, ever going to work. They lie about their age now to get social media accounts. So
what's to stop this youth that wants to break the law from creating 10 accounts on each social media platform?
Exactly. An hour on each. There you go. 10 hours a day. Woohoo! Problem sorted. And what's mummy and daddy going to do? Oh, mummy, daddy, I need to go out. Oh, well, you can't take your phone. Oh, well, what if I need to ring in an emergency? Oh, yeah, you take your phone. Reach was out the door, right? Onto social media. Right, guys, where we're meeting up. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. Fucking... What a shite. What a total shit.
I think that this is part of the reason why politicians should be required to take a fundamental knowledge test. I don't care how good the law sounds. If it is completely unenforceable, why even have the law? Why are you wasting the ink to print the law into a book when you can never enforce it?
I'm sorry, a knowledge test. They don't need a knowledge test. They need a mental capacity test. They need a mental fucking health check for this shit.
They have laws on the books here in Pennsylvania where it's illegal for you to fuck a sheep. How are you going to bust the people that choose to do that?
Hang on a minute. There's a man just coming to our store. He's bought a pair of wellies and a duffel coat. Quick, wash them. Get the fuck, man. These people are not in the real world. They're just not.
There's a massive disconnect between reality and our politicians.
But they said that they're going to have to really work together to try to find a way to enforce this before it's implemented, which is the beginning of the year. Jim, Angie.
There's only one.
How are you going to enforce that?
There's only one country at the moment that's trying to enforce some kind of fucking conditions, laws, rules, whatever with social media, and that's the UK. Not because of the watch time, but because of obviously, they've had a lot of children committing suicide because they're watching all this bullshit. There's an actual case going on now where a number of parents, and they were in America, they've done a thing with America, they were in New York with American parents, because when these children have committed suicide over watching whatever they were watching on social media, these social media companies are not allowing the parents of these children to see what they were fucking watching because of privacy laws, which is fucking bullshit. Because if they show them what they're watching, then they can start banning what they're fucking watching. But they're not doing it. It's an uproar, man. It's crazy. So how are they going to monitor their watch time? Fuck off, man. These social media companies don't care. They want them to watch all day. That's how they make their fucking money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what the algorithms are designed to do, to get you on the platform as long as possible. If they can extend every single viewer's duration on the platform by 5 seconds, they can make an extra $1 million.
Look at YouTube. To get monetized, you've got to have 4,000 fucking watch hours and a fucking 1,000 subs. There you go.
Yep. Well, here we go. Cokeheads are trying to hobble essentially harmless products. The EU Commission is pushing for a major tax hike on vaping and nicotine pouches by this summer, with leaked plans showing prices could jump over 50% for harmless pouches and nearly double for vaping products in all of Europe.
Hello, black market. Goodbye, common sense. Australia too in the making. You fucking idiots.
We are joining Australia one piece of legislation at a time, both here in the United States and in the UK.
If they spent more of their time on regulation and enforcement instead of this, because they've got no idea how to regulate it. They've got
regulations are stupid, dude, because they come up with these stupid laws, and then they come up with more stupid laws, and then we come up with laws that contradict fundamental logic and reasoning. Here in Baltimore, the state of Baltimore is suing Philip Morris International for allegedly targeting children and adolescents with the design and marketing of Zine, which the federal government, through the FDA, has already determined is appropriate for the protection of public health because it does not endanger youth into a combustible tobacco habit.
Exactly.
But that doesn't stop Baltimore from suing Philip Morris. What?
It's a fucking mind-boggling. It's a minefield.
Are you stupid or something? Yes, we have a whole bunch of stupid politicians. We know every minute detail of U.S. teen use of nicotine products by product type, by use type, lifetime ever use, past 30-day ever use, frequent use, daily use. But we don't know how many adults die from smoking each year. Is it 490,000, 450,000, 420,000? Does it cover all of the FDA's campus of 130 acres? Or does it only cover 125 acres every single year? Or maybe it's 150 acres of ground every single year covered by dead smokers' bodies. Can we please have an answer to that question? And then while you're at it, maybe you could have some fundamental common science, sense science, like which lemon flavoring that goes into our e-liquids actually has the least potential harm to health. Maybe, it's not like we don't have like thousands of flavors to compare. And it's not like Philip Morris hasn't already spent the money to determine that kind of question. And it doesn't stop us from recognizing the fact that there are already scientists who have already spent years looking at the science of flavorings and determining when you vaporize that in e-liquid, which is actually more harmful and which is less harmful. We just, need to make that general knowledge and available for anybody that wants to ask the question saying, which flavoring should I use when I make my e-liquid? Because, we know that it's already proven to be less harmful than the other flavoring. I don't care if it's 0.4% compared to 0.6%. Harm, knowledge would be beneficial.
It's like what you said last week with the diacetyl bullshit. When that doctor was blabbing on saying those diacetyl and vape products, when they well knows in Europe and the UK that substance is banned in fucking vape products. So what the fuck is he talking about? It's horse shit, man. We've got no idea.
And we already have science that shows that when it wasn't banned, that it was 750 times more per puff in a cigarette than it is when put inside of e-liquid and vaporized.
Exactly. Well, you said when they've done tests or something, the amount was that minute, the machine didn't even fucking pick it up in the product. So, you know what I mean?
And we know for a fact that particular test that they used it on was a certain formulation of e-liquid. And Patrick's already stated on numerous times that when they had their flavorings tested in their e-liquids, and he's heard of other companies that had their flavorings tested when they were trying to get ready for the PMTA application, that it was way higher than that. But was it higher than what you have in a puff from an actual combustible cigarette?
Hell no.
Your harmful and potentially harmful constituents analysis did not compare it to the cigarette because you didn't pay to have the cigarette analyzed.
Exactly.
But I know Big Tobacco has, and I know they already have the science, so I want to know why they haven't made it publicly available. I think that they should take every single bit of science that they've ever developed, and they should publicate it for free access to anybody that wants to read it. Whether they're going to believe your science is propaganda from an industry or not is irrelevant. If you want to improve humanity, put your science out there. Let everybody read it. And let other scientists use that as a basis of comparison that they could do a study to verify the authenticity of the results you already have. That's what science is all about. Meanwhile, this is what dying of lung cancer looks like. And all 130 acres of that Maryland FDA campus is covered with dead bodies every single year, and nobody gives a shit.
Technically speaking, it could be more.
Yeah, we don't know. Is it 450,000, 460, 490, 420,000? I mean, have we made progress? Have we not made progress? Can somebody estimate that science?
Or if all them bodies were cremated, how many cremated ashes could you get on that piece of land? It could be millions.
I could ask Grok that, but you might not like the answer. Because you could technically take all 8 million smokers that die every single year on the planet and all dump it onto the FDA's campus of 130 acres.
Because it's an unlimited number. Because you put it on top of it's unlimited.
It's cremated.
Put as many as you want. Yeah.
How many years do we have to have dead smokers before you can actually, reach the stratosphere?
It's like I said, it's unlimited time, unlimited people, unlimited numbers. It's crazy, crazy shit, man.
I'm a non-smoker, but I still don't want high cigarette taxes. You know, rather than embrace innovative approaches to reduce risking, the EU is now double downing on punitive tax increases because they have no ethical standard or moral compass to follow.
Exactly.
Policy's history shows make the poor poorer, strengthen criminal networks, and miss the opportunity to support safer alternatives, which would actually improve people's health and public health as a general classification.
Exactly. Hit the nail on the head, mate.
Well, in the latest crusade against smoking, the EU is prepared to yet once again hike taxes on cigarettes, raise their prices by almost 30% through the Tobacco Excise Directive. And now they're not stopping there. They're going after vaping and harm reduction products and even practically 100% harmless nicotine pouches.
That's how they're trying to get you out. They're outpricing you. They're for black market. You.
Imagine our government spending over $1 billion, not fake, $1 billion in PR. I told you guys, Trump is saving vaping by shutting down this PR money cash flow from the FDA and the CDC into advertising agencies to demonize vaping with fake scare stories for products that save people's lives every single day. You know why? Well, to save big tobacco and to save the FDA because, well, they're, taxes that are collected when people actually buy combustible cigarettes fund the FDA. Meanwhile, they want to completely, use their NGOs to shut down the entire vaping industry. So my answer to that was, well, imagine if we took that $1 billion and spent it in the United States on the U.S. version of Swap to Stop. We still have 25 million people in the United States who smoke cigarettes. And if we were to offer every single one of them, which you could easily do with $1 billion, a vape to quit smoking, imagine the public health impact that would have. And imagine how much of the PR would be completely negated and washed away by the United States offering every smoker in the country a free vape to quit smoking. And because, there's no way that you're going to spend $1 billion on 25 million people who smoke just to buy vapes. You could, establish an 800 number where they could talk to a counselor and they could get anywhere from a 60 to 65% quit rate for smoking. That 25 million could very easily be 12 million by next year. And 6 million by the year after, and 3 million the year after. And at that point, you're done. Move on to something else like, homelessness and, veterans' health.
Disgusting. But that's 25 million customers to Big Tobacco. That's the other side of the coin.
Big Tobacco will adapt and overcome the same way the vaping industry does in China.
Yeah.
They banned disposable vapes in the UK. You already have a freaking product out there that is going to be the new modern, replacement for it, and you can pick it up for $10. And you can pick up pods for it for $3. £3.
Awesome, isn't
it? You could solve this problem today if you simply had the will and the authority to do so. Today.
Oh, definitely.
Not 10 years down the road, not 5 years down the road, not 50 years down the road. Today.
Easy. Without a problem.
I'm done ranting. I had enough. 2 hours in the show. We're done.
You've had a good one today, matey. Proper one. A proper little vent.
It's just facts. Simple, verifiable facts. Everything we say on the show can be 100% backed up by scientific study or what you see before you when we talk about it.
But I mean, I sent Alex a link to Vic when he was at the expo, and he had a word with John Dunn, who is the guy in charge of UK VIA, basically saying the bills that's going through Parliament and the House of Lords, they're looking good. He's quietly confident on them. So basically, he's laying the ground rules for us to increase the fight in 2026. So it's a bit of positive news for the UK, shall we say? Not a lot, but it's a bit of positive.
It's only good news for the industry. It's not a good news for public health, because it still involves more restrictions. Because that's what the public needs to simplify the situation for them. More restrictions, more taxes. I need to create a blood pressure monitor that I can put the statistics on the screen and monitors my blood pressure throughout the show.
We need to wire up for a heart monitor and see the little There's nothing wrong with that, mate. There's nothing wrong. People are passionate about this thing. Well, that's fine. You've got to be. It is what it is, isn't it?
I want to know why more people aren't pissed off about it. Do people just not give a shit about humanity?
Mm-hmm.
Do they not care about their fellow brothers and sisters who are also losing their rights and their access to these products that could save their life?
It's just crazy. Honestly, it is. It's balmy. But like I say, I must admit, we're probably one of the only shows that to touch on this and passionately defend this industry. You don't see a lot of it anywhere else. You're not seeing all.
And we're not in the industry. We have zero products for sale anywhere whatsoever.
Exactly.
Period.
Yes, I think we'd best just stipulate that one for YouTube. We do not sell vaping products. Simples.
Ever.
We buy them and we use them. We buy them and we use them.
And I send it to you and you send it to me, and we share the wealth.
Yeah. We are using our freedom of choice to vape these products, which we purchase ourselves. So, to you. Fucking assholes. Oh.
That feels better.
Yeah, I thought you would. Comment there.
No, we've had a conversation about that this past week, and she's got her birthday coming up, and I told her, I says, if you got plans, you want to go do something for your birthday, we can go do it on your birthday. I'll cancel the show. I don't care.
Yeah. Oh,
she's like, no. We can celebrate my birthday any day except for my actual birthday. I don't have a problem with that because you are a completely happier person after your show every week than you are the day before when you're doing all the research for all this crap that you talk about on your show.
Get her on for an hour as a co-host.
I talked about it.
We'll do a new feature. She can show us a new set of nails for the month. There you go.
Yup.
No, mate, if you want to go and do something, I'm absolutely fine with that, mate. Not a problem on my end.
She's like, no, man. I don't need to celebrate my birthday on my birthday. I'm going to celebrate all week anyway. She literally took a week off of work. She's going to have a cookout in the backyard over the weekend because she loves cooking, especially cooking on the flat top and the griddle. That's what she always loved when we went camping. So she's got her little grill set up on the patio in the backyard. She's got the grill set up. She got the flat top cooked up. She's got her charcoal grill sitting there. She's like, I get to cook for people all weekend.
You see, folks, there's his secret. Because you've always heard that term, haven't you? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And there's Alex. He's got a cooker.
Yup.
Plus other benefits, of course.
Well, yeah. But we need to keep it an adult show, not an X-rated show.
Yeah. Yes, we'll not go into that one. We'll not go too deep into that one.
We'll have to put that on OnlyFans to make sure that the teens only have 1 hour of access per day about it.
Yeah. and what they're going to be watching in that hour. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Oh man.
My God. It's fucking ludicrous, honest to God. These people must have no better to do, you know. They just must sit there with a pen one day and go, what can I think of today? I know. Fuck off.
Listen, I am still gutted by how many people have gotten demonetized on this platform. To the point where they've legit deleted historical content going back 5-10 years.
Yeah.
Completely gone. Because they want to keep their monetization.
And it's wrong, because when you made them videos 5-10 years ago, the rules were different. So why should they change with the rules today? When you made that video back then, you were applying and following the community guideline rules. It was all okay. And all of a sudden, just because they moved the goalposts, then your shit's no longer good enough.
And how many of the rules are utterly preposterous to begin with? Like the fact I can't show a set of glowing coils. Why? Well, that's a harmful product if it's got glowing coils in it. No, the reason we glow our coils is to make sure we don't get a dry hit from a short circuit on that coil somewhere. And the only way you can make sure that there's no short on that coil is to do a dry burn of those coils to verify there are no hot spots.
Plus, you're burning off any impurities that might be left on the coil, like off your oil off your fingers, all that shit. You're burning all that crap off any as well. So it serves two purposes. You know what I mean?
That's the other thing most people don't realize is they can still demonetize you and they can still give you channel strikes on deleted videos.
Yeah.
So deleting your videos does nothing, zero, to changing what they're going to do to you.
Exactly. It's bullshit. They've got you by
It tells you ahead of time,
way.
and it always did tell you ahead of time, that even if you keep a video private, they can still hold the rules against you on that video that is not being shown to anyone. Just by putting it on the platform, you're subjecting yourself to their castigation at any date they choose to do so.
Exactly. Just bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
If you were to take those terms of service that you agree to just by getting on the platform to any competent lawyer, and they will tell you, do not get on that platform ever. You're giving up so much of your rights that you have if you'd never go on that platform. But people want the exposure, so they subject themselves to whatever it takes.
Unfortunately, that's little YouTube small print, isn't it?
And it's actually the small print on all the social media platforms. That's the reason why Virginia or whatever can do that stupid rule to protect the kids.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to protect anybody. All right. I suppose it's time for our flavor explosion. Ooh. And there's probably people out there that are going to think I'm nuts because I've got another non-alcoholic beverage today.
Ooh. Check you out, man.
For your entertainment today, I have a beautiful blackberry Dr. Pepper. 150 calories of pure high fructose corn syrup satisfaction to turn anyone who chooses to consume a mass quantity of this into a brand new diabetic.
Yeah, well, I've gone for something simple and safe this week as I'm at work tomorrow, so I've got to, be very careful. I've gone for the good old, what Alex likes, the good old Stella Artois.
Stella Artois.
I've got the smaller cans, which are still at 4.6% alcohol by volume. So a couple of them just to chill us out until work tomorrow. So there you go. That's my little bit.
Bloody fantastic. Don't let my wife see this portion of the video because she'll castrate me for drinking her Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Cheers, bud. Oh, nom, 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 nom.
That is surprisingly delicious.
Yeah, but very sweet.
Yes, but because of and there's actually a study, and I actually watched the History Channel. They did an in-depth view of the scientists that formulate the flavor compounds that go into these sodas, and the fact that they can make it so sickeningly sweet and dump so much high fructose corn syrup into there because of the carbonation. The carbonation negates your tongue being able to sense that much sweetness.
I forgot to ask you how you found the UK Dr. Pepper compared to your US.
I loved it. Loved it.
Not as sweet though, yeah?
Didn't really notice a whole lot of difference.
Yeah.
I actually enjoy your Dr. Pepper more than ours. Despite not being able to palpate what actually is the difference in it. And you hit the nail on the head, because when you don't consume that much sweetness all the time, you notice the extra amount right away. Going the other direction, going from how much sweetness we're accustomed to how much is in yours, can't really tell the difference.
I could definitely tell over here with like night and day.
Which tells me that they could very easily lower the amount that's in our soda, and most people wouldn't notice a difference at all.
Probably not.
And it would improve our health if they did that.
Yeah.
But they won't do it. All right, so the other thing that I wanted to talk about today that we haven't gone too much into. Remember on Thursday, I talked about how I was going to bring up the book, Good Energy, by our potential new Surgeon General, Casey Means.
Oh.
And I was going to show you guys in the vaping industry what her stance is on vaping. And it is shocking when you take a look at it and come to realize, well, maybe it's not so shocking because we cover the news every week, but she is one of the ones that only knows about vaping what she's heard through the propaganda and fear-mongering. She doesn't know the difference. She's never had to learn it.
To answer your question, Neil, I don't think we use much corn syrup. We do use a sweetener, but it's not corn syrup. Not by a long shot.
Yeah, most of the stuff over there is sugar. So we're going to take a look at this book, and I'm going to show you exactly where in this book is, and I was wrong, as usual. It wasn't 7 pages into it. It was more like 17 pages into it, 18 pages into it. And you'll come to see in the section called Environmental Toxins and Pollutants. Many synthetic industrial chemicals that are entered our food supply, water, air, and consumer products over the last century have wreaked havoc on the mitochondria. A non-exhaustive list includes polychlorinated biphenyls, BPEs, phthalates found in plastic and scented products, parafluoroalcohol and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAs, found in non-stick cookware, food packaging, and many other consumer products. Biphenyl A, BPA, found in plastics and resins, dioxins, and others. Some natural substances, like heavy metals, have made their way into our environment. You see where this is already going?
Yeah.
Like heavy metals have made their way into our environment and can directly impair the mitochondria as well. These include lead, mercury, and cadmium. In addition to these, cigarette smoke and vaping chemicals are some of the most potent toxins for our mitochondria and biology. Have you ever wondered why cigarettes are so terrible for our health? A key reason is that the chemicals in a cigarette smoke, like cyanide, aldehyde, benzene, directly cause bad energy. They impair mitochondrial function, mutate mitochondrial DNA, and cause mitochondrial structural changes like mitochondrial swelling. Alcohol, too, can be considered a mitochondrial toxin and has been shown to change mitochondrial shape and function, damage mitochondrial DNA, generate oxidative stress, and impair the generation of new mitochondria.
Okay.
So you want to know what she thinks of vaping? It's an environmental toxin and a pollutant that no one could ever expose themselves to.
Really? Obviously needs to be educated a bit more on that one, dear.
Yeah. She's got a lot of learning to do when it comes to vaping.
Oh, yes. Without a doubt.
And its potential to save lives, not pollute your mitochondria.
My mitochondria is doing fine, thank you very much.
I totally agree with that one. Strawberry cream Dr. Pepper is not very good.
Hello.
We are becoming X-Men and turning into mutants.
Yeah, but we've got no special powers, though. We're just degenerating. We're going the opposite way. We're dying. We're killing ourselves.
I was so into reading that book and learning what she's got to say about, how to improve your health and how to, what actually is in our food supply and our environment is actually bad for us, until I came across the part where she said, vaping chemicals are bad. What chemicals? Can you please elaborate and not just regurgitate propaganda you've heard?
Exactly. What facts, dear? Not friggin' crap.
You know so much science about so many other things, and I understand that, you've heard the same tobacco dogma that all your predecessors heard and instilled in you as a healthcare professional, but can you please learn the actual facts? And then compare that to what you already know about cigarette smoke and realize that they are not even close together, do not belong in the same sentence.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
There you go.
I think she can handle the truth. Somebody just needs to get in her face and tell her it. Now.
Maximum vape, please!
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Yes.
I don't know. No, or you could turn on and say,
who the fuck is this asshole?
Who the fuck is this asshole? And why the fuck are you showing me this crap? What crap am I showing you? Oh, one of the most expensive parts of my truck are the tires. $275 a piece.
Uh-oh.
News just in. According to Buddha Squad, Big Tobacco is afraid to lose money. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
In some ways they are, in some ways they aren't. They're diversified enough they don't actually have to worry about it. They know the writing's on the wall. They know that the end is near.
That's why they're all into vape products now, because they know that if they buy up the competition, they've got no competition. Simples.
Yep. So you wanted to see my vehicle? Let me start with the tires. $275 a piece. I got 4 of them on that truck that day. Wow. Despite the wife saying, go get some tires. I'm like, I just need 2 of them. No, get all 4. We got the money in the bank. Get all 4. Yes, ma'am. We drove it down to Dollywood and didn't actually go to Dollywood. Because we were going to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and we did actually go on the Space Needle. That was pretty cool. First night we got in town. Walked from the hotel to the Space Needle, took the elevator all the way up, and we also drove it all the way down to the Great Smoky Mountain Railroad. That was a fantastic voyage and trip. Not quite as sexy as the railroad car you sent me a picture of, but I did actually ride on this one.
Cool.
Meanwhile, smoking is permitted in that area outside.
Oh, really? Whoopie-doo. Whoopie-doo.
Lickstone Ridge Overlook, elevation 5,150 feet. Except you're in the Smoky Mountains, so don't expect to see much most of the day.
Cloud. Yeah.
The Qualla Indian Reservation, a Cherokee domain once extended far beyond this distant mountains. But the white man, with broken treaties and fruitless promises, brought trouble to the Indians and caused their banishment to an Oklahoma reservation. A few escaped capture and fled into the Great Smokies, eventually forming the Eastern Band that now lives on the Qualla Reservation in the valley below. Compliments of the United States Department of Interior and the National Park Service.
Basically, you fucking stole the land, but never mind.
Multiple times. Relocated them. Multiple times.
Yeah. Multiple times.
So, history lesson for you there. Don't ever fucking trust the politicians because they lie through their teeth and they will always backtrack.
Exactly.
Entering the Blue Ridge Parkway. Fantastic. Fantastic trip.
That's just reminded me of Laurel and Hardy. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine, in the pale moonshine, our hearts entwined. When she carved her name and I carved mine, oh June.
Hey, nice. Love it, mate. Love it. That deserves a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It didn't work. I have to manually trigger it.
Thank you. Carry on.
And for fat asses like myself, there are plenty of trails that you can go on in the Smoky Mountains like this that any schmuck or putz can easily do. 0.4 miles to the Mingo Falls.
That's not too bad.
Very nice. There she is, bro.
Very nice. How the hell did you hire that run all them bends? Damn.
Windy.
And cloudy.
And there was a bus like the one you drive sitting right behind me when I filmed it.
Oh, the engines. Holy moly. Beautiful, isn't it? Nice. Just
now you see why they call it the Smoky Mountains.
Yeah, I can't see fuck all.
Wispy fog.
No, that's you. You've just changed your clothes. You've sent a cloud, haven't you?
That's the joy of the Smoky Mountains there, mate.
Mallory Gates there. That poor Ford making up them hills. Of course it did. He's got a fucking V10 engine in it. Damn.
I had to take a piss.
I'll tell you what it is. It's that old saying, never judge a book by its cover. It's what's under the hood that counts. Am I right, boy?
Tell me, man, ain't that beautiful?
Wow.
That's driving through the actual park. Little Fords we drove over.
Going through the water as well. There, you see? There's nothing wrong with Fords, Mallory. I own a Ford.
And the wildlife you get to see.
Bit of deer.
Same road.
Pretty pitch black in it.
Yup. No light pollution. And the other places we stopped along the way, like Fontana Dam by the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Wow, that's a view and a half. Very nice. Holy moly.
You can literally see for miles. The one place we went to, Brass Bald, it had an eagle there. There was a bird guy. You can see all 4 states from one outlook.
Wow. That's cool. That is nice.
That's Georgia,
Nice.
Atlanta, Georgia, right there in the distance.
Really good.
From the top of that tire.
Oh. Nice. Very
Beautiful.
nice.
Beautiful. It was cold going up there. We didn't take jackets. We had to buy them while we were there. Because it was actually cold on top of that mountain.
Well, yeah.
And there's the bird of prey I was telling you about.
Oh, very nice.
Falcons.
It's a big motherfucker.
That was in the parking lot when we were looking up at it. Had to walk all the way up there. They actually had a bus that took you walked halfway, and then it got really steep, and they have a bus that actually drives up there. And I'm like, you thought the brakes were smoking on the trail? The dragon's tail? Oh. Brasstown Bald is the visitor center. Chattahoochee National Forest.
Chattahoochee. Wow.
And there she is, man.
That's nice. That's cool. I like that. Oh dear.
The old lady. You know what that traffic is? What they're all looking at? There's bear up in the woods. Everybody wanted to see the bear and the bear cubs. That was right outside of Gatlinburg. Legit, like a half mile from the town border.
Really? Gatlinburg Welcome Center.
And there she is with the old camper we got rid of.
Very nice.
Well, I was towing it with that thing so many different times, and it just didn't even feel like I had anything on the back of the truck.
Oh,
some more wildlife. Wild horses, turkeys. No cocaine bears, sorry.
Oh, well.
But it's like flabbergasting to think about the fact that there's still wild horses in the Smoky Mountains. Completely untamed, running around as a herd, natural habitat.
That's brilliant, though. That's how it should be. You know what I mean? That's how it should be. It is fantastic.
So if you ever get an opportunity to go to the Smoky Mountains, highly recommend a vacation there. Cool. And the Dragon's Tail is one of the trips that we went on where you take those pictures that had the logo and stuff on it. It's a popular 11-mile stretch of US 129, the Great Smoky Mountains, known for its 318 curves and taut turns on that 11-mile stretch.
Damn. Hence why it's
And
called
plenty
the
of
Dragon's
motorcycle
Tail.
clubs go and, you know, ride this. All on the tail of the dragon.
Awesome, man.
Lots of fun down there.
That's awesome. Glad you had a good time, matey.
And now you know what she looks like.
Oh, work. I like it. Very nice. Oh, just work. They don't know where I'm going to go tomorrow to pick the coach up, so I'm just going to wait and see.
That's what you were saying. They're
Asshole.
so disorganized there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how about we look at some hand checks? That'll make you feel better. To answer your question, Neil, no, I did not actually go to North Carolina to see any of the damage. But those roads that we drove on were the same roads that we drove on when we went to Smoky Mountains. Because before we went to the Smoky Mountains, we actually drove down to take a ride on the Smoky Mountain train service that they have there. And it's in a town in South Carolina, actually, I think. No, North Carolina, where the train departs and returns to. So those same roads that got flood damaged by the storm last year, we did drive through there. That's why it was interesting when we saw the pictures of them when they closed the road because of the damage and then we reopened it. I'm like, those looked familiar because we were actually on those roads just a couple years prior. So here we go. Buta Squad is a lovely contribution last week. I didn't have that for the Thursday show for the Take Two. Well, there we have that on.
I've just sent you something. Talking about the outdoors. There you go.
Oh, I wish there was a way.
I wish there was a way
to put it up here. This is what you just sent me.
There you go. Yeah, that's one of them. You've got to read the sign to understand what that is. When you read the sign, that's the sign.
Second World War radar station, Benshaw Moor.
Yeah. There you go.
The radio masts you see nearby occupy the former site of the Second World War radar post. 11 masts here at Otterkops formed part of the chain of home radar systems. Cool.
Which is probably your next picture. There they are. That's them.
That is neat.
But that other one's like an old, it's like an old turret thing, like a watchtower thing or something. It's what's left of it. But that's the old radar station there. Second World War, it's still standing.
And still being used today.
Yeah.
You've got small antenna towers up here for your 911 dispatch.
Probably mobile networks as well. Mobile networks will be on there and all, I'd imagine.
And relay stations. Cool.
World War II. And that's where I am, out in the country, out in the sticks, mate.
Very nice.
There you go.
So there's Buta Squad that he put up Thursday, and here's the one he loaded up for us right before the show today.
Oh, very nice there, you Buta.
There's
Very
his
nice.
lovely e-liquid. His lovely all-in-one.
Is that Mr. Dead or Mr. Heat? Mr. Dead or Mr.
man.
The one on the right. Mr. E. Is it Dead? Oh, it's Reed by the looks of it. I thought it was Mr. Heat. I thought I had my own brand of juice there for a minute. I didn't realise.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Here's Cheryl Demerge's lovely thing. I want to get me one of them. Wait till you see the back of this mod.
Oh,
that
nice
is
stuff.
gorgeous. Rocking
That's
the dead
beautiful.
rabbit on top. Look at that.
Oh, yes, that's very nice. Oh, beautiful.
Definitely need to get one of them.
Oh, without a doubt.
I posted this to the coil porn on the Discord server. If you haven't already joined, there's a link to the Discord server in the link below. But look at that. Cheryl said this is the Blue Juma.
Ah, right. Very nice.
Definitely need to get
Blue
that.
money as well. It don't look cheap.
So I came across this one and I'm like, what? There is no way for you to get wicking inside there. I'm like, what is this, like a flavor taster for a dripper? Those
Holy
micro coils
moly.
inside the main coil, I think would be great for holding e-liquid without any wicking.
Probably would. That's cool, though. Gotta
Simple
give them
round
10%.
wire. Not so
Yeah.
simple build.
No, hell no.
But you got to admire the craftsmanship.
Definitely. That's so cool. Look at all the legs coming out, though. The three on each side.
Yeah, and then Patrick uploaded this on the Twitter, so I scarfed it. Sunny Liberty Radio's lovely way of making sure he never smokes.
That's very nice.
Good life. Deadliest sin, e-liquid.
Very nice.
And the Sedera.
Is that the Dead Rabbit MTL on there? It isn't it? Is that the Dead
No.
Rabbit MTL on there? No, it's the... Oh, it's not the... Play some plasma. Someone's playing that. Very nice. Looks nice, though.
Plavari.
Yeah, something like that.
Cheryl's like that last one, the Blue Jumo, is a clone of the Stratum. That's all right. Especially in today's day and age, you can't get yourself the original. They quit making them or whatever. If somebody wants to make a clone, you have an opportunity to scarf one up.
Why not?
Yep.
Long as it does the job.
Can you guess who
Oh,
put this
yes.
one up here?
Oh, look at that. There she
William
is.
Dobson.
I've got its little baby sister here, sir. There he is. The Lost Vape. This is a fantastic mod. Honestly, this is when mods were made properly. You know what I mean? They last an eternity. Paranormal. Wow. I got that, mate.
I love
like
the
that.
C-frame battery design on them.
Oh, that's awesome. Lovely, lovely, lovely piece of kit.
And that right there wraps up our hand check. So we got nothing left to do but to roll the dad jokes bumper.
Let's rock and roll.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
What happened to Kenny? We got a dad joke for Kenny later on. He doesn't know about yet. But unfortunately for our brothers and sisters in Australia, who's your daddy? Is answered by the not appropriate for the protection of public health, Mark Butler.
Oh, Mr.
He'll
Butler.
come chasing after you if you're a vapor and hand you a pack of $60 cigarettes to replace your vape. Because we need your tax money. Who's your daddy?
Yeah.
Support your local pole dancers. It's not about the money. It's about keeping you turned on.
Ooh, very nice.
Eat 16 chunks of cheese or my wife's Alfredo recipe, and then we wonder why our stomach hurts so bad.
Full as a gun.
Oh, you know, old age is a thing. Last night I was in bed for 20 minutes when I heard the pizza guy cough, and then I remembered, oh, fuck, I came in this room to get my wallet, not to go to bed.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
Yeah, you bastard.
Sitting downstairs waiting for his money, and I got a hot pie in a box.
Exactly.
Hadn't even had dinner yet, and I'm drumming in bread. There's me in video games and on YouTube, and me in real life.
That's true.
Because I spent all my money on his vape studio. All these spoiled kids with their fancy HDMI and USB-C wires. They don't understand the struggle we live through.
Oh, yeah. Audio left, audio right, video. We know, we remember. Oh, hell yeah.
Global warming provides a marvelous excuse for global socialism. True quote from Margaret Thatcher.
Our wonderful, wonderful fucking Prime Minister of the day.
Little did you know she was actually telling you the truth. Decades before it became reality.
It was the only freaking truth she did tell, I'm afraid to say. But never mind.
There's some truth for you. Here's John Travolta and Charlie Daniels outside of Gillies in Pasadena, Texas, circa 1979.
Oh, he's just a boy there, isn't he? John Travolta.
Devil went down to Georgia.
Yep.
Looking for a soul to steal.
If
you watch TV in the 80s, you know this ain't an egg.
What's wrong with that? It's a nice fried egg, that. What's the matter with that? What's the matter with it?
That's not an egg. That's your brain on drugs. Except it's not. Because, well, the reality of the whole situation is with your brain on drugs and the whole drug war mentality is that a certain percentage of the population is going to be more likely to become incarcerated simply because, not that they did drugs, but that they got away with it compared to the percentage of the population that didn't get away with it. Because, well, you were black, so therefore they were able to pull you over and they just assumed that you were doing drugs. And then they searched your car and ignored your fundamental human right to privacy and, due process. And once you were busted, you couldn't afford a lawyer that told you it was illegal for them to catch you the way that they did. And, compared to the white population that had the money and the cash to get a good lawyer that says, oh, no, my client's getting out because you didn't read him his rights before you illegally searched his vehicle.
Damn.
Here's a picture of my wife giving herself a pep talk in the bathroom at work. You have too many bills to pay to just fucking quit and leave here today.
Yeah.
Let's get back out there.
That resonates with everybody, that, like.
How many of y'all remember swap meets? Whether it be for car parts or computers back in the day.
Looks more like what we would call a car boot sale.
These used to be called swap meets. You would meet, on the weekends once a month, and there would be a designated parking lot where everybody would come and bring their stuff that they wanted to get rid of. And you'd walk around and bring a bunch of shit home that you didn't really need, but couldn't pass up on the deal.
Yeah. That's one of the joys of car boots. You buy shit and bring shit back that you don't need.
So even though the whole intent of you going there that weekend was to get rid of a bunch of stuff that isn't useless, you just don't need it anymore, you always ended up coming home with more shit than you left with. Somehow.
Exactly. That's so true.
Speed check by Radar O'Reilly.
Yeah. Of MASH.
I missed that show. It was a good show.
It was cool. It was.
40 years ago today, Madonna's Crazy for You was #1 on Billboard Hot 100.
Holy
4
moly,
decades
40
ago.
Yes. Jesus, I now feel old, mate. You've just added 20 years onto me.
Hey, if we make guns illegal, then nobody will get shot anymore. Because that's how we stopped everybody from doing drugs.
Yeah, pointless.
Didn't work. Ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Never will work.
Nope.
Can we please, for the love of God, stop building new Dollar Generals until you at least unpack the ones you already got?
Holy moly. Jesus.
Every time I go into a Dollar General, there's one of these buggies that haven't even been unloaded yet, sitting in the aisle in one of the stores.
Christ.
Because, it's a Dollar General, so they don't pay their employees to show up before they open the doors.
Jesus.
This many experts can't be wrong about vaping. Look, our heroes are all there.
Yeah.
Dr. Carl Mendelsohn. Look, you can recognize all these people. Well, most of you probably don't recognize hardly any of them, but I recognize them. I guess that's all that counts. Because nobody listens to us anyway.
Yeah, fuck it.
Meanwhile, my two personalities coexist together in peace.
I can go with that. Yeah.
There is a picture of me when I'm talking about the news and when I'm not.
Yeah, that's it. You go green with the news and you're just back to normal.
I was very, very disappointed with the Dunkin' Donuts at the airport. Oh, why is that? Well, they only sell plain donuts there.
Oh, fucking hell. Jesus.
Happy birthday! Kim Fields turns 56 today.
Holy moly.
Actually, this was taken a couple of years ago, so she's not older than that now.
Oh, shit.
Adam Sandler made his first television appearance on The Cosby Show back in 1987.
Bloody hell. 87, Jesus.
He's a youngin' back then.
You certainly were. Holy moly.
This is a depiction of how my knife feels after I made a sandwich, and I ain't sure if I'm going to have another one or not. Just, kind of hanging out over the sink.
What movie's that from?
I don't know, but it looks like it was in Arabic.
The Italian Job. When they had all the gold bullion on the bus and he spun it on the edge of the cliff and the gold was sliding to the back of the bus when they were going to get it.
Really? I did not know that. I missed that movie. I don't think I ever seen it.
You need to watch that. The Italian Job, good old British film. It's what made the minis famous, because they used minis and they went in the sewers and all that were through with these minis. Fantastic film. Michael Caine starred Michael Caine.
I'll definitely have to check it out.
Hence the famous saying, "You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off." That was from that film. When they tried to blow the safe, he just blew the whole fucking safe off. Good
you
film.
bloody bloke.
60s, I think it was made in the 60s. Italian Job, classic. Brilliant film.
You know I hate you.
You'd love it. You would love it.
You actually spoke in your proper accent, and now I got to go watch the River Kwai. The bridge over the River Kwai.
The bridge over the River Kwai, yeah.
I haven't seen that but about 150 times already.
Legendary film, man. Classic. Yeah.
You recognize that statue?
I'm going to have a punt at Lionel Richie.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? Well, you might be eligible for AARP.
What the fuck?
You know, the Association for Retired Persons.
Yeah.
If you ain't retired yet, you're just about there.
Not far away, mate, but you know.
You know, you ever wonder why they went after Muammar Gaddafi? Because back in 2009, he said they will engineer viruses and release them to the public so that the capitalistic drug manufacturers can profit from vaccines. It's just business for them.
How right he was, eh?
Oh, so that's why we had to go over there and blow him up.
He knew about COVID before it happened.
A decade before it happened.
Yeah.
Remember when they tried to defeat the respiratory virus, you know, by preventing people from exercising outdoors?
Bit extreme, isn't it?
That's what they did.
No, yeah, really?
Yeah.
Put a clamp over a basketball hoop. Come on.
So people couldn't go out during COVID, during the pandemic lockdowns, and outside and play hoops.
Wow.
Meanwhile, there we were back in the 70s trying to figure out a way to take a picture to make mom angry.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking a governor trade, yeah, I love it. That would work.
Every high school in the 80s and 90s had this teacher. Can you tell me what subject he taught?
Domestic science, cooking, eating.
Physical education, a.k.a. gym.
Oh, well, yeah. Radio.
Neil Pitt said he had a math teacher look like that.
Our PE teachers weren't like that. They were fit as lops.
Even Mallory Gates said he taught math.
Yeah.
The first CD player, the Sony CDP-101, was released in the United States in 1983 at the tune of a mere $750.
Jeez.
And the very first music album was on CD was Billy Joel's 52nd Street.
Wow. Holy moly. See, Sony.
That's some big money back in the day.
Massive.
$750.
It's big money now.
Hey, it's 1972, and my parents gave me the very first camera for my birthday. Despite me only being a year old. It has built-in flash, too, and I couldn't wait to, get my first roll of film developed on it.
Kodak Instamatic. I remember them.
110
Instamatic
film.
110 camera. Yeah. Wow.
Laverne and Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley.
How many of y'all remember Laverne and Shirley?
I did used to watch that. I remember watching that.
In the 80s, even our pets went hard.
Too right.
Who remembers the Bud Light commercials with the dog?
God.
Hey, don't call yourself a gamer if you ain't never played this back in the day.
Oh, what a game. I should have one like that.
We were gamers before gamers had games.
Yeah, exactly.
Spud McKenzie. That was the doggy's name I forgot about. Spud McKenzie.
Really? Spud McKenzie, eh?
You are officially old school if your best memories are saved in one of these. And I ain't even get into the fact that them are all Polaroids. Instamatic.
Got loads of them. Got loads of photograph albums up in the loft. Tons of them. All your history in a book. Your life's history in a book.
Do you still have a working Polaroid?
Possibly in the loft, yes. They were great.
They were.
Brilliant.
Because that cartridge that you put inside there not only had the film, it also had the battery that powered the camera.
But if you've noticed, some of these like paranormal fucking ghost hunters use Polaroids to take certain images of fucking, because they could pick up a certain light or whatever it is.
Listen, they want to cry the environmental hazard of disposable vapes. We had disposable batteries that weren't supposed to be disposable inside every single roll of Polaroid film.
You did, yes.
Happy birthday to Emilio Estevez. Turned 63.
Wow.
63.
63. Shit.
Can you guess who that is?
That is Chuck Norris?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
He just posted this picture yesterday.
Holy fuck.
He was going out to shoot his gun.
Chuck Norris, man. I remember when Bruce Lee whipped your ass, bunny lad.
Still looks good.
Does for his age.
When someone says, you won't believe what I just saw on the news. Correct. I don't fucking believe anything you see on the news.
No, exactly. You're right there, mate. Spot
what? Anti-wanker spray. Stressed out? Surrounded by idiots? Don't put up with it. Just remember, a spray a day keeps the wankers away.
I love it. Where'd you buy that from? I want some.
I have to send you a can with a gallon of blinker fluid.
Exactly.
A new device for people who are easily offended.
That makes sense. Fucking hell.
Cry me a river.
Yeah, they also need a bitch slap.
Wanted. Man to dress in pink, wetsuit, and play the bagpipes while I masturbate. No weirdos, please.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
What do you classify as a weirdo?
I'd just like to classify that one. Yeah, what do you classify? Holy moly. Okay. What the
Welcome to the new Disney, where the princesses are peeing in the men's bathroom.
That'll be bloody right. You mean to tell me that Snow White was a tranny? I'm devastated. My childhood's ruined.
Really? Is that the London Eye in the background?
Fucking hell. Jesus. Oh.
Well, I can see why you want to get religious.
Bloody hell.
Because you ain't got a chance in hell. You could pray all you want. It ain't going to happen, dude.
Nope. No.
Back in my day, I had to get up and walk to change the TV channel. You know, uphill both ways in the snowstorm. to change the channel.
Them were the days. Yes, I was what you call a human remote control for my father. Get up and tell you, old young.
I don't know why, but that image makes me reminded of Poltergeist.
It does, aye. Weird.
Fagan's like, is this a vape show? I didn't come here for the comedy routine because you guys suck. We know we do. But listen, we got to present the jokes that people give us. This is a value for value proposition. We got a budget of nothing. Unless you give us a super chat, our budget is what you give us. Time, tools, or talents, all we require for you to join the Hunky Horde. On March 10th, 1876, Alexander Graham Bell makes the very first phone call ever. And moments later, he was notified that his car insurance had expired and they wanted to know if he wanted to re-up the insurance.
That'd be right. Spam phone call straight away, boom.
Here you go, man, Alfred Hitchcock.
Definitely that, isn't it?
Just in time for Fagin to show up. You know, these phones may have been quite limited back in the day due to today's standards, but, you know, you never had to recharge the battery, ever. They always worked during power outages, and nobody ever lost one.
Nope.
Ever. There you go, man. For those of you that aren't like Kenny and are already in mono mode only, here we have a stereo to mono converter.
How dare you? How dare you say I'm back in the day?
Or we have the Kenny mute converter. He can choose to mute the conversation or he can choose to store it in his other ear.
Well, there's that, like.
See? There's always an upside. There's always an upside to the situation. Just a squirrel looking for a nut. Ah, there you are. Thanks for coming to the show. We appreciate having you here.
That's creepy.
I'm a good country girl. I can't believe men don't want to marry me. Sorry, but men want a country girl who hasn't been plowed more than the field has.
Oh, shit. Oops.
Why do we call them olives? You know, they should be called Greasy's Pieces.
I'm not a fan of them. Like,
you don't like olives?
Nah,
oh, I love me olives. I prefer the black ones. Green ones are too salty.
No, not a fan of olives.
Well, what do you think? You don't have to call them olives anymore. You can call them Greasy's Pieces. Not Reese's Pieces, like Greasy's Pieces.
I'll try some Greasy's Pieces then.
My spirit animal is a fat raccoon. So, you know, struggling to get into the dumpster and get fatter.
Damn.
Who's that one?
Oh, God. That looks like, or reminds me of Cyndi Lauper.
That's who she is. And girls just want to have fun.
Fun, yeah.
How many of you can get this picture? What is that?
Well, it's not the ship's funnels. That's an optical illusion. That's got nothing to do with the ship.
Did you ever play Battleship as a kid?
Oh, you're kidding me. Honestly.
C4. You sunk my battleship.
I was actually posh. We had electronic battleship.
Ooh.
When you sunk the ship, you used to go.
I remember that. That was cool.
It was mint.
Man caught spiking his female date's drinks with Viagra to make sure they don't get boners because, you never know anymore.
That's good logic, actually. Very good logic.
When I was young, I was scared of the dark. And now when I see my electric bill, I'm scared of the lights.
That's pretty damn true now in this day and age.
Why? Why? Please, can somebody please explain to me how is it possible for us to have converted every single one of our incandescent light bulbs that went anywhere from 60 to 150 watts per watt hour to a freaking LED or fluorescent bulb that is less than 10 watts on average, and our electric bill still went up?
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Fucking profiteering twats, that's what they are.
I fired myself from cleaning the house, because I didn't like my attitude, and I got caught drinking on the job.
Here, I'll drink to that one.
So by getting fired, I had more time to drink, not on the job.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Same temperature, different tone. Summer in 1995 when it was 28 Celsius out, and summer 2024 when it's, 28 Celsius out. But it just has a completely different feel.
Yeah, it's no good for you now. Vitamin D is not good for you anymore. You're going to get burnt, skin cancer, all that bullshit. Fuck off.
Right. There you go, dude. Frozen ass fish cake. What? Frozen ass fish cake? Where do you catch these ass fish?
Oh, no, I don't fancy... no.
I personally like how it was originally $6.99. You pay $5.99, but you really don't because it's $3.88.
Nah, what's the confusion with that? Like, Jesus.
For ass fish.
You can keep your ass fish.
Finally stopped raining. Think I'm gonna go outside and mow the grass.
Nah, isn't it weird? After a bit of rain, the grass just goes poof. You're like, where'd that come from?
That's my wife, man. She went out and cut the grass as soon as it stopped raining. Then she had to wait 2 days to cut it again because it was still wet from the rain.
Damn.
I offered to go out and cut the grass. She's like, you know how much I love going out and cutting the grass. I'm like, you actually like to go out drinking. It gives you an excuse to drink while you're at home.
Yeah, and cut the grass. Drinking and cutting the grass, you see?
And cutting the grass.
Got a priority.
But listen, that's what you want to do. I'll go do laundry instead. That's okay. I'm all right with that. She said, who do you think? I replied, damn, those are some very good legs. She giggled and says, you really think so? I said, hell yeah, most tables would have collapsed by now.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, well, that's our date night gone and done and dusted.
Ben, hello and welcome. There you go, man. Over the shoulder boob holder.
Oh, God. I like the handprints. Oh, yeah.
Hey, we've seen that one already.
We've seen that one, maybe, yeah.
I think that's an Alzheimer's test to see if it's progressing worse or not.
No, but we twigged it. We twigged it.
You guys are lucky. They only use you once. I'm totally addicted to the caffeine. I freak out if I don't get any.
That'll be right.
Maybe they should ban it.
Oh, God, don't go down that road.
Wife crashed the car again today. She told the police that a man she collided with was on his mobile phone and drinking a can of beer. The police said he can do what he likes in his own living room.
Christ almighty. Holy moly. Nice
Well, police are right. Can't argue with that logic. Hey, it's that time of year again, folks. We can go ahead and actually retaliate and let the street authority know what we think of it. The fact is, we've seen holes filled better on Pornhub than what our local municipalities do.
What a comparison, eh?
Just don't let them catch you writing that on the road, because they'll leave your garbage in your can.
Yep.
When Pinocchio discovers he's made of wood.
Ooh. Friction burns.
Friction burn. Police are still looking for the smartass who painted a tunnel under the bridge. Caused this crash.
That's cool. That's mint. Good idea.
There you go. Where's Kenny?
Right here.
They uploaded that to the Discord server after you weren't on the show Thursday. Boot the Squad was there.
I like that.
Now I'm waiting for somebody to do one. Where's Buta?
Yeah.
And if any of y'all want to come on the show, we can do a show on Thursday anytime you want. Just let me know. I'll send you a link. We'll do a Thursday show too. Have fun. We plowed through everything.
Until it crashed.
Oh, bloody hell. That was one of the intro songs. That's the label for the record.
Jason Walker.
Hey, GPS said 44 minutes. I did it in $680, 2 points, and 3-month license suspension.
Foot down, pedal to the metal.
It can be done faster. Just not advisable.
Oh my.
Damn it, there's another one. And that wraps up our dad jokes for the week.
Sony Walkman. Love it.
Delete.
Awesome stuff.
Delete.
Delete, you motherfucker. Get off, you motherfucker.
There you go, folks.
That was very good, sir. Very
that
good.
Right there wraps up our dad jokes for the week.
That was awesome.
Something we haven't done in a while is our doggy pics pet show.
Oh, what happened now?
You, who wants a bone?
Oh, there's a poochies.
A bone? Woo-hoo. Maggie!
Maggie's crashed out.
Zonked out.
Yeah, she's... Oh, there you are. She's awake. She's moved.
A bone?
There she is. Oh, she's just woke up and thinking, hang on a minute.
Yeah, the computer on the other table is like feeling neglected. We haven't used it in a while.
Oh, the poor of the computer. Go on then, Mags. Get it down, yeah?
Listen, if I end up having to do software encoding on the CPU, I'm putting a third computer in here. Moving half the webcams over to the third computer and teleport them too.
There you go. Just found it at long last.
I'm surprised she's not throwing it. Maggie's one of them dogs that, you know, when you throw her a bone like that, she has to pick it up and flip it against the wall and throw it around the room a while.
I think because she's just woke up, she can't be arsed.
Can't be bothered.
Yeah. Oh, bless her little cotton socks.
So feel free to upload your pet pictures onto the Discord server, and like your hand checks and your dad jokes.
Yeah, get them all on, boys and girls.
We'd love to have them.
Hang on a minute. Oh, shit. I've got an itchy ear. It's off this bloody earpiece.
There you go.
Oh.
Here's the two of them.
Oh.
Wife was off last couple days. She went to the concert down in Pittsburgh. And she's laying there sleeping. Next thing she looks over, Maggie's got her paw on Lucy.
Ah. Proper companionship, is it not?
And guess whose poochie that is?
Oh. It's our beagle. Snoring his tits off on my leg. But his ear's still cocked up.
He's happy as a lark.
He is. He's getting on now. Oh.
See, that's how it is in our house. Had to buy a love seat so that the wife could lay on it. It's a dual reclining love seat so she could hang out with her poochies.
Yeah, no room for you, of course. Shit.
That's what they did all day.
Mine's the same. Once he finds his spot on that chair, that's it. He's out there. He's there for the day.
And I'll tell you what, she's got ESP because this picture was taken first. As soon as I took that picture, Lucy's like, "Why are you taking my picture?"
Yeah, I'm like, "What are you
sleeping? Leave me alone. Let me sleep.
What are you doing?
Why are you bothering me? Can't be bothered.
What you doing? What you talking about, Willis?"
I just think of that too.
I love it. You can't be a doggies, man. Oh, great.
Fantastic. Well, here we are 3.5 hours into the show. I guess it's time for us to finally do our retro vape.
Ooh.
We just need to find a bumper.
Where have you put it, my friend? Where have you put it?
A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, I hope my microphone's working correctly because all my settings got lost when I updated and then had to revert back to where it was.
Sounds good. Geekvape.
Well, if you can hear it, then that means it's working for them too. So here we have the Geekvape Tsunami Reborn, a ZRDA atomizer from Geekvape. And we're going to throw that on the Geekvape Aegis Max, a single 21700 battery mod. Beautiful marking on the inside of there. Boing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did put that in there the right way, didn't I?
Oh, no.
Minus. Is his battery dead? What's going on? Nah, she's fully charged, 4.2 volts.
That's an odd one. Yeah, for anybody that needs to know, the Geekvape Tsunami RDA was around in 2016. That was kind of when it was around, so very retro vapes.
Oh, look at that beautiful screen. You guys can't see it hardly at all.
Typical Geekvape screen, isn't it? Classic.
100 watts. Does round robin. Beautiful fast 1 watt increments up. And 0.1 watt increments up or down.
Yeah, cool. Fucking vape, Philly.
And cool on top of that, we're going to put the Geekvape Tsunami Reborn Z RDA.
That's cool.
How old would you say that dripper is?
Looking, it's around about 2016. Just double checking there for you, matey. I think you can still buy it today. You can.
Oh, look at that. I've never had one like that did a chrome finish and like a matte finish.
Oh, that's a nice little one.
That's a looker for sure.
Where's the fucking price? Oh, it's currently unavailable there. That's a shame. Let's have a look on there. You can still get it today on some online vape stores for $18.99.
If you're willing to deal with the Velocity style posts.
And it comes in pink, gold, gunmetal, stainless steel, and black. And somebody done something on it in. Somebody done it in 2023, so it could be as late as 2023. The original Tsunami was 2016, but the Reborn, we're looking at November 2023. Downward slanted airflow.
I love the way that looks. Honeycomb airflow design. The top cap looks like it's cut out for the posts, and then you've got a chamfered airflow for it.
I think the airflow slots go down an angle, what this was saying, if I remember correctly. I'll go to that. Switch account.
So included in the package, we've got our spare grub screws. We have a squonking pin.
Back on there again. There we go.
Very
Go
nice. A warranty card. Our warning card.
For your
And a
batteries.
classic printed manual.
Good old destruction manual, eh?
One thing I haven't seen yet is a set of coils to throw in it.
Ah. That's a surprise because they normally used to include them, didn't they?
Yeah.
Geekvape always added stuff like that. Which would be a shame if there wasn't any.
Well, if they don't have it, they don't have it. I mean, it's not like, I don't have coils to throw in it. It's just shocking that they didn't include a set.
Yeah. You normally always got coils in a Geekvape product. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm just adjusting me check.
I highly doubt that there are coils in here because this is impossible to pull out. So we're going to have to grab our coils.
Grab your coils, buddy.
We have our MnCs that we usually throw in our stuff. Comes in different boxes, but beautiful Ni90 wrapped in Ni80, 0.26, 100 per box. And you have to Google it and then click on the Amazon link that you find, and you can get yourself 100 coils for like 22 or 23 bucks.
And they're not bad coils, folks.
Been very impressed with them.
Yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah, Darren D was saying that version was released last year. Oh, I've got 2023. Well, yeah, back end of 23, maybe it's early 24. Yeah, you could be right.
Where are my side cutters?
Oh no. Not the side cutters missing. That's your vital tool. Holy schmuck. No, Darren, there was no coils in it. That's why we were surprised.
Have to go and reach my Coil Master box for my portables that I used to have at camp to get a set of side cutters because Clapton coils started to come off already. So I want to cut them off.
One on the bottom, one on the top. Classic Velocity style.
And the problem with this is, you see how it's flat? When you put that in there?
Side, and the clamps aside. Yeah.
The side clamps.
Twist them. Yeah.
So I'm going to have to twist them.
Give them a twist, matey.
All right. So we're just going to reach for a set of these. We'll pre-cut these at 4. No, not enough.
Go 5 at least.
If I do 8.
You got a bit of room to spare. I'm just swinging on my chair, folks. I'm swinging on my chair.
Yeah, we'll do 8.
Now you see me. Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. Why have I still got this silly hat on?
Well, I don't know, but I like it.
It's mad. Mad. But I like it. Like it. Oh. God, I'm getting too old for this shit.
Dude, what am I doing? All right. Now we need to give these a nice proper 90-degree turn. So when we put them in there,
little clamp just nice.
Clamp on just nice.
Boom.
And I'm gonna make sure when I do this, I keep them pulled apart. I don't want them spaced. But that's where they're gonna turn up if we don't prep them properly. Yeah, that's going to look nice. I certainly don't need 8 millimeters. All right. So, bottom coils on this side.
Bring it in a bit more, matey. Bring it in a bit. There we go. Wow, it's looking good. Very nice. Oh, well.
Trying to make sure I stay on camera.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Believe me, I'm an expert at that. Running off camera. I'm terrible for it. That don't look too bad, sir. That don't look too bad. Nicely in the middle there.
Might as well trim them leads while we're here.
Six Packs Kid's here. Hello and welcome, Six Packs Kid. He's in the house.
Awesome to have you here.
These retro vape is a Geekvape Tsunami Reborn Z. All those want to know. Only a couple of years old as well. That's quite new for a retro vape for Alex. I'm still surprised.
All right, so we're gonna.
Something that recent is still using a velocity style deck. That's just so odd. Come on, you little motherfucker, line up.
So I want to trim this back a millimeter on each of these. Because I don't want any shorts on the other side.
Yeah.
So 7 probably would have been better.
Easily. Wonder how many people have still got a velocity style deck device. Those are good old days.
Yeah, you gotta be a contortionist to get this shit in there.
Can you remember, did the Titan have did the Titan have velocity style decks? Because it had the blocks, didn't it? It was like the blocks. I'm sure the Titan you could actually put a velocity style deck in it. Sure, it came.
Yeah, there was an optional.
Yeah.
One. I don't think the original one that came with it was like that.
I think you put it in if you wanted it in. Generally, it was just a fucking. In a bit more, mate. In a tad more. On your right hand side, I'd go. You need a.
Yeah, I know.
More.
I'm just trying to get the left hand side tightened up. And with flatheads, it's like
like throwing a 6 to try and get the screw. You've got it. No, you haven't. I've got it. No, I haven't. He's fucking saying shite with the glasses. I don't need them anymore. Fuck the glasses.
I'm nearsighted, so it's easier this way.
I love it. Absolutely love it. I can see clearly now. My glasses have gone. What the fuck?
Way easier to get the grub screws in a screwdriver when you got. Be easier if the leg was actually in the post.
See, because you were that concentrating on that screw.
Completely came out the hole.
Yeah.
I feel like Nick right now. All right.
Are you in there, Bayard?
We're in.
Not too bad.
Didn't crush
you want to
nothing.
see where you want to see where your air holes are so you can get your height. I think the slight downwards on the I think they're a bit like the dead rabbit on that. I think the slope but down at an angle, your air holes on the RD itself. You meant to drop them down a bit. Not much, just a tad.
They go straight in.
They go straight in. I thought the slope at an angle. Although it was the older one that did the angle. If I remember correctly. Can't remember now. You go straight in, like, okay. Yeah.
They're straight through.
Yeah.
The original ones did have a downward angle on it.
That's what I was thinking of, the original. It's the slope down a bit like the dead rabbit.
And we're going to pre-lube these. Since we're already here.
Get them nice and moving easy, boy.
Very nice.
Boom.
And they got stops on them. Oh, is that gorgeous? Okay. All right, straight down. Where are we sitting at? Yeah, you're right. It still should go down just a tiny bit.
Just drop them down a wee bit. A wee bit, bunny lad. A wee jam.
So that they actually are centered with the posts.
Pretty much
holes.
Yeah. That's pretty much the way it is, isn't it?
Yep. .08.
That's low. Get them fired up without showing them to the public.
It's also so that I can actually see the hot spots.
You're showing your coils off, bunny lad. It's a fucking strike. You're showing your coils off. We can't be having that shit. Oh, the wonders of YouTube. Wonderful fucking YouTube, eh? Wonderful, wonderful fucking YouTube. I would say if it's easier, just pull it to the side and just fucking do them off camera, mate. If it's easier for you. See if you're piss farting about your hand. I think everybody will understand your reasons. Just yank it off to the fucking side and be done with it. See, I don't know what it is, but with me, with YouTube, I've never I've had one video removed and the rest have just been age gated, so I don't know. There's no consistency, there's no you're getting a strike or all this bullshit. I don't think I've ever had a strike. The consistency is shit. Dylan asleep in the garage. Is that what he is when he comes over, eh? Yeah.
No, this side's just a little bit low.
How low can you go?
All right. While that's cooling off, This is the drip tip that comes with it, and this looks really good on here. I like that frosted look on it. But
nice.
This is something that is always wonderful to have. A choice of different drip tips and different lengths. And they've got the double O-rings on there to give you a nice seal. And there are plenty of times where, you know, I like to have a taller drip tip. And you can have just different colors to choose from. Or if you prefer a chuffed drip tip and you need one that doesn't have any O-rings on it. A lot of the Mike Vape stuff has the internal O-rings on it. Nice to have a spare. In case you lose them.
Nice, they're quite nice then.
And you've got the both sizes. You got the A10 and the 510 drip tip adapters.
They're pretty nice. They look really nice then. Nice patterns on them. Really cool.
Got the French design. Blue, white, and red.
Could be Italy. Very nice.
So you got a nice assortment on it, and usually these things are completely different as far as what's in each one. I've got 2 of these ones that were made, and they all have different assortment of drip tips to pick from.
They're quite nice looking tips now. Very nice.
I like how tall this one is, personally.
Sometimes the tall ones are quite good for RDAs because, like, now when you've got them little fucking low drip tips, you burn your fucking lips on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially, you know, for the drippers.
Yeah.
Here we got the Tauren Max. You know, it's got a beautiful drip tip that comes on it. But if you wanted to swap this out, you're not required to have something so short. You can take and throw something really longer on there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it looks cool.
And then you're never going to touch this.
It's a beauty in a minute. It still looks cool. Very nice.
So even if you just want just a little extra height.
That still looks good. Yeah.
And it's not actually changing the look of it.
Yeah, it still works.
Little better mouthfeel, same classic design look to it. Job done.
Smart man. Looks the bloody job, son.
And now the Thunderhead Creations drip tip just goes in here. Always nice to have a spare set.
I think I've got them lined up, but they're not in a presentation box like you've got. I think they're just stuck in a box.
I've got ones I bought individually in the closet. I haven't pulled them out in a long time.
The wonderful cotton, shoelace cotton.
This last batch I got has been really nice.
Yeah, they do look good.
Because the shoelaces aren't matted down, they're nice and round, generally speaking. So they slide right through.
So when they get a flat spot on them, they're a pain in the arse to get in.
And then you got to roll them between your fingers to get them to go in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, here we got the advantage of having a dripper. It's just a simple... Take them.
Snip and tuck.
Tuck them down
Snip
in.
and tuck.
Job done.
Snip and tuck. Boom. No fucking around. Just drop it straight in. Jobs are good. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. What the fuck? Hippie shit all on my bathroom floor. Ooh, dear.
There you go. And we're going to take and put that mango sunrise on. I made another bottle of that stuff up. I really liked it.
Yeah, you were a big fan of that one, weren't you? It was nice, that.
Yeah. As I get it all over this place.
You sloppy git.
Make sure we leave the airflow underneath the coil open. Paint those wicks down a little bit.
Oh.
Making a mess of things.
Well, dropping it didn't help.
Perfect.
Making vapor, sir. Making vapor. It's time to get the cloths out, the wipes. Boom. Job's a good. No wrong with a bit of over drip, man, Neil. No wrong with a bit of over drip. Looks
That's
nice
a
on
perfect
there.
pairing.
Yeah. Looks really nice on there.
0.13 is what they came out at.
Hmm. 0.13. Well, you can probably kind of
We'll do 60 watts.
60, 70 watts on that one. That would work.
Oh, hell yeah. Look how quiet this is. Wow. I cannot get over how quiet this is.
Shit. That is quiet, isn't it?
I think I forgot to put Super Sweet in this e-liquid.
Really? No way. It's a cloud chucker.
No, I know what I did. When I made it the first time, I used extra sweet with neotame. When I made it this time around, I used super sweet with sucralose.
Ah.
That's the difference.
Ah.
There is a sweetness there, but it is certainly not as strong as extra sweet.
Yeah.
Now, I could compensate for that by putting, I'm guessing, double the amount of super sweet as the recipe has extra sweet.
Ah, right.
Let me pull this recipe up. We'll take a look at it. That's interesting. I didn't think there was going to be any difference between the two of them. I thought it was formulated to be about the same.
Ooh.
Well, I've come to learn that extra sweet is extra sweet compared to super sweet.
Yeah.
By 2 to 1, I would guess. Mango Sunrise.
But did you prefer it with the extra sweet in, or do you prefer
Yes.
that one?
With the extra sweet in instead of super sweet? Don't get me wrong, the super sweet that is made with this time around does work with it.
Yeah.
So you're getting more of a natural flavor from that mango and tangerine.
Got ya.
Interesting.
But still nice. Though.
Still very enjoyable. Nice. And on this dripper, I can't believe how quiet it is. That's the thing that really gets me the most. How many other drippers do I have where when you use them, this is on the Torin Max. You get a rush of air that you hear.
Yeah.
Spitback. Battery must be dead or dying.
There is a big difference between that one and the other one, like really quiet. Which is cool. Just absolutely cool.
Need another battery.
Need another battery, sir. Get rid of that spit back, get some power.
I boxed them up.
I think that's going to be my next investment. I need to buy some more batteries. I think most of mine now are like starting to die off.
So this one is coming in at 0.13, 65 watts. Very good. I'm going to change and bring this up to 70.
Yeah, bring it up a touch until you get that nice sweet spot. Yes, Neil.
Way more airflow.
That's a good idea.
On the Torin Max compared to this Geekvape.
Neil, that's a good idea. I will wear this for work. Keep the punters happy.
And we're going to go up to 65 watts. We'll re-drip.
Re-drip at 65, sir.
That woke up the tangerine flavor in this. Still subtle on the sweetness.
Yeah.
What is it? What did I do with the box? I just had it.
Holy moly, where you going?
I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached, dude.
You're like me, mate. Put something down, you think, where the fuck did I put that? It's probably underneath your nose end, as always. Like everything is. There you go.
Tsunami Reborn. ZRDA. You want a quiet dripper? This is it.
So are you happy with it then? Flavor good, all that stuff? Looks like it's a bit of a cloud chucker. Nom nom nom. Ho ho ho.
I'm trying to debate which one has more flavor. The Torin Max or the Tsunami Reborn?
Oh, they're pretty close, like.
They are pretty close, despite this having a lot more airflow. Reluctantly, I'm going to have to agree with you. There ain't nothing like a dripper.
Yeah. You've got to remember that other one is a velocity style deck as well, so that's old school deck. It's standing toe to toe with, like, you know, your modern shit.
With channeled airflow on the Torin Max.
That's what I'm saying.
They legit have airflow holes. A single row. Is that single row? No, there's two holes. There's 2 rows of holes.
Thank you.
It's standing toe to toe with a modern tank.
That's pretty good for velocity deck. That's really good.
And having the honeycomb on the outside and the inside is why it's so freaking quiet. Tightly controlled airflow.
Does not just go to show that you could still keep that old school velocity deck, but just by tweaking the airflow, you can get it just as good as any modern day stuff without all the intricacies of like your tube wrap round airflow. You can get pretty close just with decent airflow going to a velocity style deck.
And from a production standpoint, this is way lighter than the Torin Max.
Oh,
the Torin Max has a big, massive slab of metal that's used to create your deck. You've got a thicker cap on the outside of it with just a slot cut through it. You go with a thinner cap like this one, honeycomb air holes on the inside, and then you've got slotted airflows on the outside.
Clever design, clever thinking.
Very clever design, and the flavor is phenomenal. For something that's a couple years old as a redesign from something that was originally put out a decade ago, they did a beautiful job with that.
Yeah. Clever stuff, mate.
You see a Tsunami laying around on the vape shop visit? You got the money and you're interested in another dripper? Add that to your collection. It's worth it.
Pick one up.
She's a looker.
Very impressive, sir. Nice, yeah, it's a nice looking setup.
Always did love this Aegis Max. She powered my Arbiter too many times to count.
I remember you did like to use that mod a lot. Like, I definitely remember that guy.
And the ironic part is this liquid, when you knuckle test it, it is definitely sweet enough the way it sits. Doesn't need extra. But glad I bought this thing.
Happy days. Happy days, young man.
Just goes to show you, man, if you walk into a shop and you see bargain basement, old stuff that's been sitting around forever.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to grab it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. I was having to tidy up, and I've still got stuff lying about here. That's still in the box.
Speaking of tidy up, I tidied this one up right before we started the show today. The Blaze Max. These coils were filthy.
No, but I found stuff in boxes that I haven't even opened yet. I've got that guy.
That was on the...
I've got a Dead Rabbit Solo. Still got that in the box. I've still got the G Edition. Still in the box. And I've still got the 6th anniversary. Still in the box.
Nice.
Never touched them yet.
I have the Dead Rabbit Solo is actually one of the ones that I still have left to review, and that is with the Dead Drop Dead 2. It's a comparison between the two of them.
I don't know where I put my little MQ. I can't find it. My little new mod, my little MQ. It's probably that small.
That's from last week. Buta Squad said that he had a Steam Crave, a Rotomizer, and he couldn't get the top cap apart, so we did that on Thursday.
Yeah. I can't find the new mod. I can't find that. I found the box. I can't find the mod because it's that bloody little.
Well, that looks beautiful, man. What is that?
Little, it's the MQ class. MQ class from thingy. I don't know where the hell I put it. Because it's only a little dinky thing. Where the fuck have I put that?
I don't know, dude. And then we still have the bulk on the Iron Fist.
I'm baffled. It's got to be kicked out somewhere, surely. Ah! There she is. There she is. I found her.
Let's take a look at it.
I've still got one of them little thingy ones on. There she is. Little MQ class.
Ooh.
So dinky. It's tiny. Absolutely love it. And it's still got life in it as well. There you go.
Fantastic.
I've got one of these little testy things on. It's 50 watts. And there you go.
This one you sent me. The little testy thing.
Yeah. That's what I've got on here. It was just to prove that it could you could fit like a 24 mil or 25 mil. So it would go on just but without any overhang. But yeah, it's a cracking little
beautiful
thing. Would go nice with a nice little MTL tank on there, I think.
Yeah.
Or a little RDA. Or maybe it's like the little RDA, like the Solo. Would go very nice. It's only 80 watt mod. It's just no super, but it's spot on. Hey, I forgot about that little fella. It's yee-hee. It's a yee-hee. Yee-hee.
Remember when that was a race between DNA and Yeehee, who had the best temperature control?
I think Yeehee were always slightly ahead. Then DNA put that replay on, just fucking, that was it. Boom. The replay mode kind of fucking.
That was the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
But that makes perfect sense, though. I mean, if you have temperature control, you've got a resting resistance at room temperature, and you record that entire fluctuation in temperature and resistance, you can recreate that as many times as you want.
Brilliant idea. Absolutely awesome idea it was.
Cool.
Yeah, I forgot about this little fella. He's fucking cracking, very dainty little thing.
Well, sir, I guess it's time for us to roll the random recipe bumper. We're a little over 4 hours into the show. Everything seems to be going good, knock on wood.
Well, that would give me a good, quick toilet break, Ashel.
Loo break.
Quick as.
Awesome. Dusty Country Road, one with a red number 7. So let's click our flavor stash. What can we make today? And Sherlock Holmes will oblige with our recipe for today. Buddha Squad picks the orange knee-high soda I had Thursday. Well, look at that. That was quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Key lime pie, high percentage from David Lloyd. There be the recipe for key lime pie. 8% of graham cracker clear, 8% key lime, 3% New York cheesecake, 3% Purellum's super sweet, and 8% Yes Sweet cheesecake. So we're going to take that today, and I think I'm going to formulate that recipe, and we're going to put that in the Watofo next pod for us today. See how she handles that. So there we go. That's our recipe. And he has that set up as a 15 milligram liquid. So we're going to dap this. And the VG-PG ratio is off.
Sorry for taking so long there, boys and girls. When you get to that age, it takes a little longer.
So, being that this is formulated for a pod, we can do a little thinner e-liquid to keep our VG-PG ratio correct. This is going to be at 3664. And I believe I've got 30 ml bottles laying around here.
You're bound to have 30 ml bottles, lad. I can almost guarantee it you'll have a 30 ml bottle. You're bound to.
I do, but I was looking for a new bottle, so... Fortunately, I do have 2 left in here. I've got some ones that I've cleaned and are being recycled, but I don't want to harshly judge the recipe for putting it into a bottle that already had a recipe in it and may have some residual flavor left. But this is going to be perfect for a little pod system. So we're going to keep everything as it was. He was doing 15. So we're going to do 15 because it's going into a pod system with a 1.2 ohm coil.
That would be brilliant. Oh, yes. I've just tried.
What are we going to have to do to get this to work?
I've just tried a little test fit of the
How
dead
about
rabbit tool on this.
We formulate
That's
this
awesome.
for assault, Nick.
Yes, assault.
Which is a 50-50. What can we change this percentage to now? Okay. So we're going to base this on assault, Nick, instead of a free base, Nick.
Yeah.
We're
Now
going to
you're
make
talking.
30 mils at 15 milligram because it's going to be in a pod system. So we're going to do a 62-38% recipe. Job done.
Sorry, six pack.
Recipe
Me hat fell
created.
off.
There's our new
Sorry, six pack.
formulation.
My hat fell off six pack when I went to the toilet, so I couldn't be asked to put it on.
Hold on, I don't hear you.
What? Oh no, that's not good. Well, I ain't done nothing. Uh-oh.
Okay, how about now?
Oh, what happened there? Everything went black.
Firefox died. And now it picked up the wrong camera, so now we're back to the actual camera.
There you go.
From OBS. But I didn't hear you. The stream didn't lose you. Ninja crashed on Firefox.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've just tried a test bit of this solo on my little thing. Look at that. Isn't that little cute setup? Doesn't that look
Yeah.
cool? Isn't that little solo? That'd be brilliant little setup, that. I'm well looking forward to that. Have you tried this one yet? Have you tried the solo yet? Is it any good? Looks nice.
Which solo? The
Dead Rabbit.
Dead Rabbit solo. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I have tried it. I really like it.
Okay, is it? Yeah.
Yep. I need to finish editing the review on it, though.
I do like it's got 3 settings for the S. Ooh, this looks, I might whack a build on that later on, see what it goes like.
All right, so here's our recipe. Let me grab the flavorings for it. TPAs, graham cracker clear, and key lime.
That's so cool. I'm well impressed with that.
Now, is it the DX or is it... Nope, it's the full version, okay? Key lime. Okay. Capella's New York cheesecake.
Made a key lime pie with a high percentage. Okay. Yes, sweet cheesecake in Arwa. I think that would be so cool.
And same with this one. We're going to use the V1 of New York cheesecake from Capella with all that dappy goodness in it, as opposed to the V2. Where is Yes Sweet Cheesecake. And Purellum Super Sweet.
Oh, so cool. I'm well impressed with that little fella.
Now, what's going to make this unique for our recipe this week, where we normally don't do this, is we're using Salt Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's out your comfort zone, is it not?
So not only are we doing Salt Nick, but we're doing a 15 milligram recipe.
Whoa. That will not fit up there.
So I need to draw 5 grams or 4.5 milliliters of Salt Nick.
That would go nice on him, wouldn't it? Ho 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 ho.
Since my wife is using disposables, I have the free reign to use the Salt Nick now for whatever I want.
Yeah, man. Ho ho ho. That's awesome.
There you go. Secret sauce in. Tear it out.
Look at that. Me limited edition Dead Rabbit's Gold, and look what it sits on just nicely.
Oh, that's awesome.
Me gold one. Oh, yes. Matchy, matchy. Woo-hoo. I'm loving this. Why have I not found these before? What's the matter with you, Ken? God, with so much stuff lying about here. That is awesome, mate. Damn.
2.52 grams.
What the hell is that?
Key lime from TPA. 2.46. It's also another 8%.
Oof. Damn.
Because it's going into a pod system.
Yeah. Oh, yes. How can you look at that? It's not the other eye, is it?
That's going to be strong. That key lime is not weak. That's a punchy flavor. V1 from New York Cheesecake. 0.9. Oh, God, that smells so much better than the V2.
I found it. I found what's going on it.
Wow. You know, where's Yes Sweet Cheesecake? Another 8% or 2.4 grams of this. This feels so weird putting this much flavoring into a recipe.
Hey. That's it. I found the tank. I found the tank that's going on this. I've found it. Done. Job done. The dead rabbit, mouth to lung. That is the
beautiful.
That's the setup. That's what's sitting on there. Yes, I do like that.
Give this thing a good stir. I can already smell that beautiful key lime and the cheesecake. Oh. Do we have a shake and vape for a pod system right off the bat?
Ooh, right.
Okay, super sweet. We didn't do the super sweet. 0.9 of this as well. That's 3% super sweet. This feels so weird putting that much super sweet into an e-liquid.
That's going to be super duper duper fucking, like you said, high percent. It's going to be amazing. Ooh, is it not?
But I mean, for a pod system, 1.9 ohm coil, I mean...
Yeah. Oh, it'll definitely work.
That fucking smells gorgeous. We gonna have a pod system shake and vape? Make sure I blend that Saltnik in here and all those flavorings together. Wow. Okay.
Charge.
0.16 of PG. Could admit this if we really wanted to. And 20.6 grams of vegetable glycerin.
Wow. It's almost like mixing a disposable grade liquid, that like.
Exactly. That's what the goal is.
Which is not a bad thing. It ain't a bad thing.
Because here's what we're putting it in.
Ooh, the tofu.
Another one that's in the review queue right now. Just need to finish editing. So what we got left?
Cool. Yeah, man.
Look at that.
That's a nice looking little fella, isn't it? 1.21. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Has that got the 2 ml bung in the bottom?
Yes.
TPD compliant.
It's a pod system. Give this thing a nice shake. High flavor percentage.
Wow.
Key lime pie.
Key lime pie. Ooh.
I can't believe we're doing a shake and vape. Random recipe for a pod system, shake and vape. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that we would ever do this.
Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh. I'm just having a quick look at Neil Pitt's link for his new tropical custard. Oh, it looks good. Ooh. Is that candy potent, is it?
That's freaking delicious. You pull it off the charger.
Next pod.
Refillo.
It's a very sleek looking thing, isn't it?
From Watofo, they're getting in the game. It isn't just Oxbar that has their lovely thing. USB Type-C charging on that side. Next pod refillo on this side. Beautiful, gorgeous design. Wonderful gradient, pink to blue. They've got a whole bunch of different colors on it. The same airflow adjustment that you're used to seeing from Oxva and Oxbar. Now Wotofo's jumping in the same game.
It's just a matter of time before a lot of them do it, mate. Because, like you said, with the single-use disposable ban, pods or refillable pods or sealed pods are going to be the thing to do. They're next in line. That's still a nice looking one, though, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Got a nice little screen on it now. Lovely that.
It still works.
Still works. Awesome.
Oi, oi, hanky panky. Hello and welcome.
Oi, oi.
But here before us, we've got the Watofo Next Pod Refillo.
So the ban on disposal in the US as well, or they're already banned?
They haven't received FDA marketing authorization.
So they're technically banned anyway. But nobody gives a toss. Just get them.
Technically, they're not allowed to be marketed in the United States. There's nothing banning the sale of them. Unless your state has adopted an FDA registry bill forcing you to only sell the 23 FDA authorized products, of which there's only half of them available for sale. But they're available at every gas station and convenience store.
I don't know if your place is flooded with single use, though. It's got all these nice posh ones. Years ago, now your nick adjustment and all that shit, haven't you? More of them than the single use.
These are sold in gas stations and convenience stores that don't care about FDA or their authorizations.
Yeah. Got ya.
Look at that. I finally got that down to 1% on both. That's the Nick switch. I ran that thing down to 5% left of the juice and like 40% left of the Nick. So I'm like, okay, Turn the vape production down to the lowest possible setting and turn the nic production up to the max. And just leave it sit on my desk.
Holy fuck.
So I've been formulating a lot of e-liquids at like 3 milligram and, you know, vaping it happily. And then every once in a while, I'll just pick this up and take one toot. And I've just made up for the fact that my e-liquids have been 3 instead of 6.
It's just 1 hit. That's it. A booster shot. That's
Well, the thing is, it's a salt nic, so you don't even feel it. Not right away. Takes you longer for the to, you know, recognize that in a salt than you do freebase. Freebase, you get the throat hit right away and let you know that you got the nic. And you'll feel it in your head faster, too.
Yeah, that's why I prefer the salts now. Just a nice, even little rush.
And the thing is, and that's the reason why we're mixing this one up today in a salt, because it's set up at 15 milligram.
Yeah.
So it's essentially a disposable formulation for e-liquid. Max flavoring percentages for the key lime, for the graham cracker clear, for the New York cheesecake is at 3%. Anywhere Yes Sweet cheesecake is at 8%. The key lime's at 8%. So this is going to be a beautiful shake and vape key lime pie for a pod system.
Cool. The proof is in the pudding.
It's gorgeous.
No way.
It's gorgeous.
Holy fuck.
It's a key lime pie. It does still have that New York cheesecake essence to it. The graham cracker crust is still present. And on a shake, I can get all the flavor profiles inside a 1.2 ohm pod.
That's good.
Including the 3% super sweet.
Wow.
The only thing missing from this that separates this from a disposable is the ice. There's no ice in this. So you just get a beautiful key lime pie.
Nice one. Like it. All good.
Holy cow. Dave Lloyd, thank you. Thank you for this amazing recipe that you come up with. I never would have thought to just crank it and go with it. But that works, dude.
I'm going to see some high percentages in there now. 88, 3s. Yeah, for a pod system, it works. Awesome.
For a pod system, it's perfect. It not only works, it's perfect. And because there's a salt nick in here instead of freebase, you're not getting throat raped every time you take a drag of this. Just a beautiful, flavorful vape. The real test of this is going to be when my wife comes home. I'm going to have her try this and see what she thinks of it.
All right.
Is this as good as your disposables? That would be a first. For her to have a pod system that's as good as a disposable?
Interesting.
And I'm so glad that Watofo got into this game.
Well,
I like the shape of it. Their pod that they have in here is taller and has a much longer slope to get up to the drip tip. I think this is a more comfortable drip tip.
Well, all I can say, mate, if she likes that, you can kiss goodbye to it.
I got another one. It's okay. They sent me 2.
There's a surprise. He always has a backup, folks.
She's going to love the color. Is blue and purple? That's right up her alley.
Yeah. Yes, nice. Good recipe. Love it. It works.
Good recipe. Awesome pod system. Oh, fudge.
Man's in heaven.
4.5 hours into the show, and that was, thanks to Dusty Country Road. He pointed out the lucky red number 7 that the ball always lands on. So I'm like, okay, you know what? We're going to go with that today. Count to 7. And Dave Lloyd's recipe was number 7. So bang, there it is.
Wow. Awesome. Absolutely brilliant. That's so cool. But yeah, good recipe. Nice one, Dave. Nice one, sir.
Coconut banana cheesecake is what we mixed up last time.
Oh, yeah.
Where's she at?
Oh, that looks nice.
There she is.
There
Coconut banana cheesecake. We mixed that up last week. Time for the knuckle test.
I bet that'd be nice, actually. That'd be nice.
It's a coconut cream pie. It kind of is a thin coconut. The banana cream is present.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I feel like it needs a little more cream. Maybe SSA whipped cream.
Right.
I mean, a coconut cream pie doesn't have very much whipped cream or anything on top of it. It kind of has like that marshmallowy layer on the very top.
Yeah.
And after having that 3% super sweet, this definitely does not taste like it has enough super sweet or sweetness in it.
Yeah.
Like that key lime pie legit tastes as sweet as a key lime pie would taste. Whereas this one is kind of like, okay, you're a DIY vapor. You don't put a whole lot of sweetness in anything because commercial juices are sickeningly sweet.
Yeah.
But I would push the sweetener in this to at least 1%, maybe 1.5%. And then you could actually taste a banana cream pie. Let's see what she vapes like, though.
Why not? That's the proof is in the pudding, matey. Might be nice. Might still be okay as a vape. But that's probably when you'll get the real proper profile after off the vape, so you'll probably know exactly what you need to change or adjust or whatever that case may be.
She needs some wicking, though.
Oh, freshly
That's the
wicked
Bushido.
there. Freshly wicked Bushido. Awesome.
Clean that off. We'll take a little strip of Muji here, and we'll peel off the skin.
Get a
Roll
little
up
twist.
this end. Sliders through.
I'll tell you what it is. I'll give you a full hats off if you get that in because you're upside down.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a little tweezer action to help pull this through.
There you go.
Job done.
Lovely jubbly. I love that little Bushido. It's so simple and it's so easy to fucking sort.
So easy.
The refill, the little cap, the little top hat caps, just that is such a clip. All RGA should have that. A top hat fucking cap.
The flip top.
Brilliant.
Dripper.
It's brilliant. It is brilliant idea. Absolutely awesome. Good
40
little
watts.
idea, love it.
Checkmark airflow system, flip top dripper.
Look at that, man. How easy it is to drip. You can see where you're dripping. You can drip it straight on the coil. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're going to modify this because it does not have enough sweetener. Not compared to what we just had in that other one.
Charge more sweetener in there. So what are you going to up it to? About 1.5?
I think I'm gonna go to 1.5. So I need to put 0.26 in. Overshot.
Enough. But that overshot could just be the magic bit. You never know.
Well, we also, as DIY mixers, have this like ingrained belief that, you know, you have to like cut back. If you're a good recipe, you don't need a lot of sweetness because only commercially like would, you know, push all that super sweet, that sickeningly sweetness.
Yeah.
As a good mixer, you should be able to mix it up without any sweetness if you're really good at it. And that's not true. There's so many flavors out there that have zero sweeteners in them inherently that.
But like you said, something that's super sweet.
Shake.
Like you said, something that's super sweet does help to bond some of the other flavors anyway, you know what I mean? Or enhance them, so it can't be a bad thing.
And we're making a banana cream pie. If you were to eat a banana cream pie with no sweetener on it, it would taste like shit. You wouldn't want to eat it.
Exactly.
You want that banana cream with the sweetener in it.
Yeah. Some things have just.
So we're going to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That awoke the banana and the custardy cream part of the pie.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
It is very good. It does represent a banana cream pie, but I want more of that creamy mouthfeel.
Right.
If I were to do a take two of this recipe, I would take that 4% LA banana cream and I would bump that up to 6, maybe even 7.
Get whacked in, yeah.
I could take that to a 6 and I could bump up the toasted coconut cheesecake from Purellum to a 3 or a 3.5. Yep. It is very good. This is a very vapeable thing. I'm going to vape this the way it is. I'm not going to modify this at all. But I really want to do a V2 version of it where I pump up that banana cream to give me a better mouthfeel.
Yeah. You've got the base, though. You've got something to work with. That's the main thing.
And once I did that, I would probably add a little VSO banana raw to this to fully give you a little extra push on the banana.
Happy Hippie, the Bushido V2 is the dog's bollocks. It's brilliant. I've never had the V1.
I love this stripper.
I've never had the V1.
I wish I had a dozen of them.
Happy Hippie says it leaks like crazy for the V1, so...
The Bushido does not leak at all. It's got a checkmark airflow system, when the airflow comes down, and then the entry point here also comes down.
Yeah.
So legit, you could over drip this to the point where you'll see e-liquid sitting in here. It won't leak out. And as you take an inhale breath, watch, I'll overfill it. Still not quite enough to overfill it to the point where you can see it. Throw another couple mils in there. See how it's leaking out the side now? Because I legit, squeezed another 3 mils of e-liquid in there. Oh, is that gorgeous?
Well, the big tube of Cheetos and cracking little thing.
I love it, dude.
Lovely.
Dusty's like, I hardly ever use less than 1% super sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what you're used to. If you're going to get a commercial juice, you're going to get that sweet flavor to it.
Yeah. It's down the individual. If you like a sweet juice, rock and roll.
It also accentuates the flavoring that you have in here.
That's a good one.
That's a fantastic one. Beautiful key lime pie.
Elder Dragon.
The Elder Dragon.
Yeah, I've seen one of them before. They're pretty good. They're a nice RDA. Yeah, pretty nice.
That was also put out by Wotofo. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cloud Chucker, hello and welcome. Ooh, she's got a funky shape to her.
Oh, it's a weird. It's a weird. It looks like it's like curvy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but the airflow, it's got like channels coming in from the sides.
Yeah.
Where it crossfires your airflow at the coil. That is really cool.
They look like little tubes, don't they? Single coil, obviously. Or can you dual it now? You'd be single and you want it to be single.
Looking at Wotofo's website, it's still for sale. Was that something new? No, on Reddit, there's posts going back 6 years about the Elder Dragon. And Element says it's discontinued. 22 millimeter bottom feed RDA. That's a shame.
I don't know, just go in there, have a look. Find out what's it look like.
January 21st, 2019, Planet of the Vapes has a review on it. Amazon Germany has it for sale. Man, I wish we could buy vape stuff on Amazon here in the States.
Let's have a look.
2019. There's a YouTube review of it 6 years ago.
Nah, I'm not having that, like. I see it's out of stock. There's a website, they had it for a penny, but it's out of stock. I knew what it's a penny.
SourceMore sold that December 13th, 2018 is when they first listed it.
It's an old one, isn't it?
I'm telling you, man, there's so many retro vapes that are out there and sitting in vape shops nobody bought.
And you can get in your favorite color, freaking rainbow. God damn it! Stop selling everything in rainbow.
Favorite? That was my wife's favorite.
Stop it!
Because most rainbow looks like this. It's just a purple gradient. And you know yourself as a machinist, all they did is heat treat it.
Oh yeah.
They ran a high blue flame past it, colorized it, and called it a day.
It's a bit like when you burn your coils in. You want to go through that little rainbow color, same kind of thing.
Yeah. What a fantastic day today has been. And I'm so looking forward to this. I want to find out what my wife's opinion is of this one.
We're just having a quick look at what Neil posted his tropical custard recipe. That looks nice. I think he's put a link in the chat. It looks really, really nice. You can actually get a coconut custard. Wow. Creamy, milky undertone. Golden pineapple. Island mango.
Where's the recipe? I missed it.
It's in chat, and I've just clicked on the link in the YouTube chat. He's put it in the chat.
Live chat.
Hang on, then.
I don't see it, mate. Oh, there she is.
All right, did you find it?
Sure did.
That's it. Looks really nice. Don't it?
I've been working on this recipe. It's a tropical custard.
Yeah.
You are missing ingredients. Dagnabbit.
Oh no. Oh,
just
shit.
a few. I don't have any one-on-one flavors. Zero. I haven't placed an order from them yet.
One-on-one. Yeah.
But we've got Wonder Flavors coconut custard. We've got one-on-one creamy milky undertone, Capella's golden pineapple, island mango from Wonder Flavors, mango Alfonso natural from Wonder Flavors, strawberry kiwi from Flavor West, and 0.75 a super sweet.
Good old super sweet.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. That looks really nice. Have some of that. Oh, go, Cloud.
You believe we're almost coming on 5 hours?
No way. Already? Shit. Where's that gone, man?
It just flew right by. And knock on wood, the original driver that I installed when I got this card has worked without a hitch.
There you go. What can I say?
Has nothing to do with all the work I did in OBS clearing out anything that is outdated, no longer being supported as far as plugins, reduced the scenes and simplified the commands to make sure that everything still works. Put stream effects back in because there were some filters I didn't remove before I uninstalled it.
It's all good. All good, sir. Happy days.
So I've got 4 brand new flavors sitting on my desk that I'm going to have to vape this entire week.
The question is, though, when do you feel brave enough to install a new driver for that card?
The next studio driver version that they come out with.
This studio one. You said they've got a gamer one, haven't they?
There's a game one that was released on Monday for a brand new game that was released on Monday that I'm like, no, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon. Not until they put out a studio driver, which probably won't happen until the 5060 card goes on shelves in stores. I sent you a link to Jay's 2 cents griping about the fact you sent me a card with no drivers that I cannot use or test until it's actually on the shelves in the stores.
Yeah, I have seen that. I watched that. Like, he wasn't very happy. But again, everybody isn't. It's just one big almighty balls up by Nvidia. That like really massive. But again, rushing to release a card. There was no need for them to do that. They could have hung on another month or two. Easy.
But at least I'm not one of those blokes that spent $3,000 on a 5090 Astral and have had problems.
God, that would be bad.
I've spent $3,000 on cars before that were more reliable than these graphics drivers.
That's not good. Like, I'd be crying if I spent $3,000 on one that didn't work. Jesus, I'd be devastated.
I really love this.
Really
this might be the first 1.2 ohm, not sub-ohm coil pod system that I could use on a regular basis.
Yeah,
with DIY e-liquid that's on a shaken vape. Imagine what this is going to taste like in 24 or 48 hours.
Oh, yeah.
When that cheesecake actually starts to blossom. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome. Here's the new one that you're going to steal from me. The Watofo next pod refillo.
Which is
She's
really
probably
nice.
like, nah, I ain't filling nothing. I want something I can just throw away when it's bad.
Yeah, well, if you've got a good flavor, you do make sacrifices.
No ice. That's the best part about this one. That's the thing I despise about all the disposables I end up having to review is too much ice. Too much ice. Can you stop with the ice already?
I can kind of see why they've got it into, reduces the throat hit on a new user. It's where it's come off the cigarettes. Cool, they don't get the
Yeah.
But yes, I can see why they do it. But sometimes they just put too much in. I don't mind a hint. Luckily, so far, the ones I've actually bought, they're not overly iced. Because I couldn't vape some overly iced. Oh God, no. I think it just ruins it.
And that's made with salt, Nick. No throat hit whatsoever, rape-wise. Just pure, enjoyable flavor.
Now you know why I like salts, mate.
I do.
Now you know.
I do.
They're awesome.
I'm going to have to decant some of that and make some more of our new recipes, random recipes, using salt, Nick, instead of freebase.
Tell you what it is, your next recipe, right? Next one you do, use salt, right? I told you, you'd be able to see one of the longest pulls you've ever took and not even feel it.
Here's what I want to know. Can I make that cherry bake while using salt, Nick, and not mess the flavor profile?
Yes. Yep. I can guarantee it.
We'll do that next week. Because unfortunately, it's time for us to say adieu, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
My brothers and sisters, we have come up to the 5-hour mark. We're about to get cut off on Twitter, and it's unfortunately time for us to say peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead of you, and we'll be back same time, same place next week. Cheers.
Happy days. Happy days. Again, as always, thank you everybody who's joined us this week in chat. You do make the show, as I always bleed on. Absolutely fantastic to have you. And as always, remember, Discord, Facebook, whatever. Get your hand checks, your dad jokes, your pet pics, all that stuff up there. Really. Really. Really? But anyway, as always, we shall see you same time, same place next week. Until then, you all stay safe, live safe while I'm down in Australia and getting zapped. And we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Falling in love. You set my wheels in motion.